Well, good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to meet you this morning, albeit quite early here in Dubai, but probably very early in other parts of the world. I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Samuel Godefroy, and I have the privilege to be the chair of the board and the president of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society and one of its founding members. It is a privilege for me to be with you as part of this second edition of the Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium. This is now an event that has become a usual event as part of the activities that are planned within the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, and it is in fact considered as one of the workshops of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. This event is right now broadcast through a webinar system, but it is also broadcast live through our YouTube channel. I'm just checking actually with my colleagues if the sound is okay and okay, if technically things are going well. Excellent. So today's meeting is really meant to be an opportunity for us to do a retrospect on a number of activities that our society has implemented over the past period. Hopefully also it will allow us to have the opportunity to discuss future directions of the society, future directions in areas of focus on what type of initiatives, activities we should be putting our resources towards, but also in the way the organization is being managed and how it is reaching out within the community of the food regulatory science. I'm hoping that our numbers will increase as the day progresses because again, it's 9 o'clock here in Dubai. So in many parts, even of this region, it's quite early. It's 7 o'clock in Cairo, and it is probably 6 o'clock in Tunis, and probably midnight or 11 p.m. in North America. So I'm not expecting a lot of attendance right now. However, we hope that the numbers will increase as the day progresses. We have a few colleagues who are with us on this Sunday morning, and some colleagues who have been active within the organization, contributed to the activities, as well as members of the board. So I'm going to go actually through a quick roundtable introduction, even if we are a few around in this room. So I'm going to ask colleagues perhaps to use a microphone on your tables just to introduce yourselves, and we'll capture at least your participation as part of this event.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Pamela Byrne. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Food Safety Authority of Ireland. I'm also very much involved in the board of G-Force, being the Vice President. It has been a great privilege for me to be involved in this initiative for the last number of years, but great to see it come to this point, and looking forward to the discussions today, particularly around reviewing the key achievements of G-Force over the last year, particularly, and then looking at how we can do better maybe in the future to build this really important community of practice around regulatory science, which is critically important from a risk management and risk assessment point of view. So I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Sylvia.
Thanks, Pam. My name is Dr. Silvia Dominguez. I am a research associate at Laval University, and I'm also a scientist working for G-Force since the very beginnings. I'm honored to be here celebrating the second year of this great organization, and I'll be sharing with you later on this afternoon an experience we had in a project related to allergen management. So nice to be here.
And good morning. I'm Dave Schmidt, Executive Director of AOAC International. And I'm glad to be here with our board member, Dr. Samuel Godefroy. So we appreciate all he's done. And then we will be here tomorrow to launch the Arab section of AOAC International, which becomes the 19th section of our organization. So we're very excited about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much to you all, and also to our viewers and contributors online. Well, good morning to you all, and again, welcome to this symposium. So we're going to maybe use a few minutes just to review the agenda with the idea that it's going to be most likely fluid, in the sense that we will be making some amendments or adjustments as we have additional colleagues join us. We know that we will have participation, for example, from regulators from Suriname, who will be joining us, and Suriname and the Surinamese Food Safety Agency that is newly created, known as NIFS, is one of the organizations with which the Global Food Regulatory Science Society is developing an ongoing collaboration. So we might be adjusting the program as colleagues join during the day. But in a nutshell, the way we have structured our discussions is that the first part of the discussion will be really focusing on the achievements of the organization. So we will be mostly reviewing our year of activities and accomplishments. And this will open the discussion with some members, hopefully, that were invited, in fact, to join today online the meeting to be more acquainted with the organization, and also to be perhaps given a better opportunity to understand the way the organization functions. So we have planned, for example, as part of a section that we noted or identified as an assembly of members, to go through the charter of the organization, the statutes of the organization, just to explain essentially how we have built the organization since its foundation, but also potentially to identify areas of change or areas of improvement. We will be dedicating some time to review some of the collaborative agreements that we have developed over the past year, particularly with international food regulatory agencies. And we'll speak about the agreement that we have reached with the Ministry of Public Health in Lebanon. Hopefully, we will be joined by our colleagues from Suriname to speak about the MOU that we have with the National Institute of Food Safety in Suriname. But also, last week, we had the privilege to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Arab Industrial Development, Standardization and Mining Organization, ETSMO. Then the latter part of the morning will be dedicated to reviewing some of the tools that G-Force has been working at making available, and perhaps even further developing tools that support food control system assessments or components of food control system assessment and administration. We will be reviewing, for example, a Codex capacity assessment tool that was built on the basis of the guidance from FAO, WHO. We will be reviewing an approach to map food regulatory functions and assessment with the purpose, of course, of prioritizing investments in food control system enhancements. And we will navigate a little bit through the e-learning platform that the Global Food Regulatory Science Society has been building over the past period, in particular through some material that will be becoming, in fact, for public consumption, so essentially becoming open access in the next few days. The afternoon, hopefully, will be dedicated to two areas. First, I hope that we will have a discussion about the future of G-Force and how we can promote opportunities of funding and really actually reviewing perhaps the business model of the organization with the intent, of course, to sustain the operations of the organization. And then we have selected actually for the latter part of the day, hopefully a part that will enable more participation from different parts of the globe. As indicated by Dr. Sylvia Dominguez, Sylvia and colleagues have been involved with a number of stakeholders, consumer organizations in Canada, a number of representatives of the food industry, but also with the academic sector, particularly the platform of food risk analysis and regulatory excellence at Laval University, to develop a set of guidelines that were achieved through consensus work, but also a robust scientific review related to food allergen management, and particularly related to more guidance about the reliance on allergen precautionary labeling. And at the end, we will have hopefully some time to demonstrate some information and communication tools that G-Force is working on, and that will bring us to the end of the day. So that's in a nutshell how the program is planned so far. But again, we will adjust and adapt as the conversations go, and hopefully we will have more and more participants as the day progresses. Now, without further ado, I think we will start right away with the review of our accomplishments, and I'm going to be relying on colleagues to make available a presentation that we will use for this purpose. I'm not used to presenting seated down, you know, so this is an adjustment for me. I feel a little bit caged. I know it's kind of, you know, I'm generally, you know, around and moving around and everything, you know, so thanks actually for putting me in a spot where I don't move, eh? Introduction. I guess actually just going through the pictures, you know, the year went by as a flash, and it highlighted really the number of things that were carried out. Let me start first by acknowledging the fact that all what has been achieved over the past period is very much owed to the dedication and the level of investment from the members, the experts that have contributed to the implementation of these initiatives, as well as to the founding members and the members of the board of directors. So I'm going to start right away by really acknowledging everybody's contribution and expressing the level of gratitude on behalf of the entire food regulatory science community for the input and the support that is provided by this team of experts. Now, what I will attempt to do is essentially to go through a presentation It will take probably some time because I think that I have about 60 slides that I'm going to go through, so it's quite a bit, to just review really how we started this journey and what were the areas of focus for 2022. So essentially the latter part of 2021 and the beginning of 2022. So I'm gonna maybe wait for the signal when the presentation will be available, and I'm gonna use this, I guess, the clicker, right? Okay, I'm gonna attempt. I'm trying the clicker just to see. Okay. So if you recall again, perhaps also putting things in their context as to, even if we don't need necessarily to make a demonstration as to why we came up with this idea to create a society for food regulatory science. Basically, we have identified as a community of scientists working in the food area and in various areas that support food regulatory decisions, that the scientific disciplines that underpin these decisions, these food control systems, require still a significant level of investment, and that there isn't a home, in fact, for these multiple disciplines potentially to be steered, to be further bolstered, to allow further enhancement of capacity building. There is a home for food science and technology as a whole, as you know, or certain areas of food science and technology. So the International Union of Food Science and Technology, for example, is our sort of greater home, and it is an organization that is well established and recognized as by the International Science Council. But within that context, we felt that there needed to be a positioning of food regulatory science as a set of discipline. Even the word or the terminology of food regulatory science needed to be better defined and actually further supported. Hence, in fact, the idea of moving forward with the creation of a society that essentially supports these type of disciplines. And this is also stemming from the fact that the environment in which we are evolving is going really through a number of changes with, again, a stronger representation of the food and agri-food production as part of building economies around the world. And also the contribution of this sector in the international trade. We all know the obligations under the World Trade Organization that pertain specifically to the trade of food and agri-food products, and that are governed primarily by the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, but also by the requirements of the technical barrier to trade agreement. And again, these agreements, being part of WTO, means that countries need to be equipped to ensure that their food regulatory decisions, that their food control systems are founded on a robust scientific foundation, and scientific foundation of multiple disciplines. And that's what we are hoping at least to have a modest contribution towards. If you recall again, and really navigating in time, going back in 2019, so pre-COVID, it was probably one of the last events where we met in person pre-COVID. In November of 2019, we met in this very city of Dubai, again as part of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference in November. And we discussed the merits of creating a society for food regulatory science. That essentially received quite a bit of support from those participants, but also those with whom we have engaged subsequently. And we went forward and created this society and incorporated it as a non-for-profit organization based in Canada. And again, the objective that is pursued is to promote the generation, the dissemination of knowledge and competencies related to food regulatory science. And we defined food regulatory science as all the scientific, whether be it experimental and social sciences, disciplines that are applied in the context of developing and understanding food regulatory decisions, including but not limited to food risk analysis and associated disciplines. We've identified also the need to look at aspects of the legislative mandates or food laws, economic impact assessments of food regulatory measures, as those also are now more and more subject of interest. So in December of 2020, so coming up to practically 2 years of existence, we have celebrated the creation of G-Force, and the incorporation was officialized as a non-for-profit organization under the laws of the Canadian Confederation, basically under the Non-for-Profit Corporations Act in Canada. G-Force is based in Quebec City and is hosted, in fact, by the Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence platform of the Institute of Nutrition and Functional Food, INAF, of Laval University in Quebec City in Canada. And we have been engaging with the International Union of Food Science and Technology, and our request to be included as part of the community of the food science and technology was accepted. And in fact, in Singapore, we will be officializing as part of the IOFOST Summit, the fact that G-Force is admitted as a disciplinary organization of IOFOST, disciplinary organization specialized in the fields of food regulatory science. And in fact, as a result of that, G-Force and the G-Force community, for example, right now is leading some activities within IOFOST, for example, in managing and operating the Codex Committee of IOFOST. Now, we have a short video here.
Global Food Regulatory Science Society. G-Force mission includes knowledge generation and dissemination, underpinning food regulatory decisions, in support of food control systems. Consistent reliance on food regulatory sciences enables robust food control programs.
So these are some of the culprits, I would say, and some of the partners in the effort of creating the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. So essentially, I would say it's a number of either current or former regulators, scientists, academics from around the world that got together and in fact agreed to be the driving force behind the creation of this organization. I'm not going to go through the entire, founding members, but I'm going to mention a few. I would like to mention primarily Professor Jianxi Chen, in fact, from China, who was, in fact, really a driving force behind the idea. We have been discussing with Professor Chen the idea of creating G-Force, I would say since 2015 at least, and or at least the concept of a society that could really work and support these type of scientific disciplines. And I would like to acknowledge the contribution of Professor Chen as the honorary president of G-Force. would like to acknowledge the great support and the level of investment of my colleague, Dr. Pamela Byrne. I had the chance actually to meet Pam in Canada. And again, we've been talking about, the idea of creating the society, and Pam as well. I mean, I think we've started discussing in late 2015, and since basically the discussion evolved towards the creation of G-Force. So Dr. Pamela Byrne is the vice president of G-Force. We have, in fact, representation from various parts of the globe. Dr. Scott Crerar from Food Standards Australia and New Zealand, leading the scientific capacity there. Nuri Grass from Chile, former executive director or executive secretary, I think, of what is known as ACHIPIA, the Chilean Food Safety Agency. We have also a strong representation in our board as well from colleagues from the region. I would cite Joyce Haddad from Lebanon, the Director of Public Health in the Ministry of Public Health in the Republic of Lebanon. Dr. Riyam Gissouma from Tunisia, contributing, in fact, to the Risk Assessment Agency in Tunisia. We have Zainab Al-Bouchikhi from Morocco, who is in fact also a contributor in the National Food Safety Bureau of Morocco. We have also Dr. Rashid Al-Arfaj from Saudi Arabia, a former regulator in the Saudi Food and Drug Administration or Food and Drug Authority. And also colleagues from India, Dr. Kaushik Panraji also is in fact a founding member and a member of the board of directors of G-Force. So, and I'm probably forgetting some colleagues, and I apologize, but essentially we got together and we agreed that this was indispensable to go forward with. In fact, I would like to mention also Dr. Hossein Mansour from formerly the CEO of the National Food Safety Agency in Egypt. So essentially, the journey started in 2020, and we, in fact, committed mostly to driving this organization, really using collaboration as a main value. And one of the first ideas that came about is that the organization needs to be accessible. And given that it is focused on capacity building, we have made the decision from the start that the organization will not be reliant on paid memberships. So essentially, membership in the organization is free. Anyone working in the food regulatory science community can apply to be a member of G-Force. What happens is basically we need the board approval for such membership. And I will be talking in the latter part of the morning before our health break about the way the membership is structured and the differences between the types of membership. Now, again, the intent is really to create synergies in investments, in capacity building programs related to food regulatory science. And again, with the same definition, those scientific disciplines that underpin food control systems and food regulatory decisions writ large. Now, these are some of the areas of intervention that we focused on since the creation of the organization. We know that decisions, food regulatory decisions underpinned in science require reliance on data. So availability of data and sharing data is a key element that we have attempted to put some resources towards. And we focus primarily on the area of food contaminants data, and we will see some outputs or some initial results in this area. But also we have identified food consumption data as another element that is in fact considered as a critical area requiring a significant level of investment around the world. Okay, so food consumption data. Again, we've started some initial work in that regard, but hopefully the upcoming period will witness better progress or more progress in this area. Support to risk assessment competency development. So you will note that there are a number of areas pertaining to learning. And we have invested in the development of a learning platform, mainly an e-learning platform, where essentially we are making available right now, mostly based on demand, but hopefully later on also with a strategic direction, material that can contribute to enhancing the competencies of food regulatory organizations. And the emphasis on risk assessment is one of those. Now, support to Codex initiatives has constituted really an important area of our investment in time and effort. But this is very much also stemming from the fact that we have the privilege to have received funding from donor organizations specifically dedicated to this area. So enhancing Codex competencies in various parts of the world. And in fact, the US Codex office has contributed to our initiatives with funding to enable us, in fact, a contribution on a multi-year basis with a number of partners in building Codex capacities. We will review this starting with the Arab region. For now, over a year, we've been working on enhancing or contributing to the enhancement of Codex capacities. Moving now more recently to Asia and the Southwest Pacific. We've had also some activities to support food laboratory science, and here mostly working on training, competency enhancement, but also promoting sustainability of investments in the area of food laboratory science. And our partnership with AOAC International, and particularly the partnership to be able to host one of the sections of AOAC International in the Arab region was a key feature of this past year's accomplishment. And as you may already know, tomorrow will be dedicated, in fact, to the launch of the Arab section of AOAC International. We have a full day of activities, and of course, I invite you to join us both online and hopefully in person for those of you who will be able to do so. Support to training in food regulatory policies as well, including leadership training. These actually were mostly right now at the level of consultation and engagement with a number of partners. There is a need that is being expressed in developing leadership competencies amongst food regulatory agencies. So essentially enhancing the capacity at the top level as well, and really sharing, I would say, the foundations of food regulatory policy development. And of course, tools and information and communication tools are now more and more enablers and key enablers in an age where, you know, we're relying on the Internet of Things, we are relying on risk-based decisions, and we need tools that allow us to make available the data, to treat the data, to help us essentially, or to help regulators, you know, have an easier access to this type of information that allow them decision making. So in the next period, I will be outlining some examples of the achievements in each of these areas. And I'm going to start with the Codex Outreach Program. So as I mentioned, this is an initiative that started in the latter part of 2021. Started with funding from the US Codex office in the US Department of Agriculture. The initial focus was to enhance Codex capacities in the Arab region, so in the Middle East and North Africa. And in fact, we've witnessed also the launch of this initiative in this same city. So you'll see that there is a common theme here. We tend to meet regularly in Dubai for, of course, the level of partnership that we enjoy with the Dubai municipality, a key partner in the organization of the DIFSC, but also a key partner you will see later in the progression of our initiatives. So we launched the Arab Codex Initiative in Dubai in September of 2021 by gathering various Codex contact points from the regions and organizing, in fact, a first colloquium that shaped the direction for this activity. More recently, we received the support of the US Codex Office to also move on this capacity building initiative to other parts of the world and to Asia and the Southwest Pacific specifically. Now, this initiative is implemented in partnership. The partnership of Laval University and the Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence Platform, the partnership of Venture 37, Land O'Lakes, the partnership of the Codex programs and the leadership of the Codex programs in Australia and New Zealand, as well as the coordinator for the coordinator committee for North America and the Southwest Pacific, and also the partnership of ILSI Southeast Asia for the Asia Codex initiative. And in fact, I'm sure that the list of partnerships will increase over time as we continue to implement this program. What are the objectives of these Codex capacity building programs? We've identified them or classified them in 4 areas. We are aiming to continue to enhance the level of awareness and the importance of the contribution in international food standard setting. And that's really through the development of training material and the delivery also of this training material using existing material that was developed by FAO, WHO, but also aiming to tailor it and to make it available in this tailored fashion to the various areas of the world where we have a contribution. A second pillar is related to the development of pools of experts. We know that effective participation in Codex and in Codex technical committees in particular requires a level of expertise, a level of knowledge, and a level of experience. And this takes time and takes investment. So we have committed to building a pool of expertise that could be made available in the various regions where we intervene, such that these pool of experts can be called upon by the Codex contact points in those respective regions to help them, for example, analyze agenda items of upcoming Codex committees, help them also understand the potential impacts of standards that are being considered, and therefore formulate their positions and contribute to an effective participation in Codex proceedings. We know also that coordination is a key element, and having sustainable coordination mechanisms is also another ingredient of success for effective participation. So of course, there are the established coordinating committees in the various regions. So for example, the coordinating committee for the Near East, for North America and the Southwest Pacific, for Asia. And our intent is really to contribute to bolstering the efforts of these coordinating committees, but at the same time also to working with partners and Codex contact points of those respective regions in order to anchor the Codex coordination efforts in existing and ongoing structures that are again adapted to the regions where our interventions are based. So for example, if there is a regional standardization organization with a focus on Codex and actually which enjoys, for example, a Codex observer status, one of the approaches is essentially to anchor some of these coordination mechanisms within such existing structure. And you will see how we have applied this approach, particularly in the Arab region. We know also that in some instances, the effective coordination comes from leveling the playing field in Codex capacities. And that's why also there is a component of this initiative that is focused on investing in national Codex contact point, in national Codex competencies and capacities by strengthening the national Codex structures. And here again, we have been working with some countries right now upon demand, but later on, hopefully with the level of prioritization in order to have even a higher effectiveness of the impacts of this effort. At the end, what we would like to contribute towards, and we know that Codex is actually always referred to as a Codex family. So the idea is really to promote this notion of communities of practice, working in Codex in the various areas where our society would intervene or where this capacity building program would be delivered. And those Codex communities of practice, they need tools, they need data, so to enable access to data, to information, to guidance, but also where possible to facilitate the level of coordination, engagement, information exchange, for example, with access to information and communication tools amongst or within these Codex communities of practice. Now, just actually to highlight some efforts in the most recent activities in Asia. Now, we are very much at the start of the implementation of the Codex Asia initiative. And right now, we're working really at structuring our engagement with Codex contact points. We're looking, amongst other things, at, for example, working at the sub-regional level. So we know Asia is a vast continent with countries of different status of economic development, of different status of maturity of the food control system, of different status of involvement in Codex. And we would like actually to foster the level of learning and exchange amongst the countries. So we have identified sub-regional activities, and we are partnering with ILSI Southeast Asia to contribute towards the creation of a Southeast Asian community of practice for Codex in that part. In the same way, also looking at fostering the availability of expertise and experts that could contribute again to the analysis of agenda items, and again, that could be called upon by Codex contact points in that region. And we will be also looking at adapting Codex assessment tools and working at identifying prioritization of investment in national Codex capacities for select countries, again, in partnership with the Codex contact points, but also with the regional coordination in the region. Now, perhaps the Arab Codex initiative is, in fact, the one that benefited from most of the investments, because it has been under implementation since the latter part of 2021. And in fact, it witnessed a full year of implementation in 2022. And what I would like basically to share with you what was, or some of what was accomplished over the past period. Well, as mentioned, we aimed from the start and subsequent to the discussions that we've had in September 2021 as to how we structure the level of coordination and our work in the Arab Codex initiative. Of course, we identified that we needed to work hand in hand with the coordinator for the Near East, that is in fact the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to contribute with the coordinator to any efforts of coordination, of outreach that he deems suitable or a priority based on the engagement of the Codex contact points in the region. But we identified also that we are going to be focusing the action beyond the boundaries of the division of Codex as Near East, and in fact focusing on the Arab region as a whole. So essentially, we defined or we redefined the boundaries of our intervention amongst countries that belong to the League of Arab States. So in fact, in Codex terms, this means that we will be working with countries that are part of the CC Near East, but potentially also with countries that are part of CC Africa. And this actually will allow us to have a collaboration, in fact, with both parts. So essentially, all countries of the League of Arab States are part of the Arab Codex initiative. And as a result, we have had a number of engagement discussions, and we were privileged to receive the level of support from the Center for Standardization of the Arab Industrial Development, Standardization and Mining Organization, which is in fact a subsidiary organization of the League of Arab States with a mandate to work on standards, including food standards, and which also enjoys an observer status within Codex. In fact, we decided, and you will see later on, that most of the initiatives, in fact, were anchored in a Codex program that we dubbed as the Arab Codex program that is now administered by ETSMO. Similarly, we have identified that the GCC countries have their specificities, and there is a level of coordination that is taking place thanks to the contribution of the GSO. And I believe that Engineer Ahmed Al-Basha is in fact with us right now on the line from Saudi Arabia. And in fact, Engineer Ahmed Al-Basha is a leader of all efforts of food and agriculture standardization within the GCC. And the GSO enjoys as well an observer status within Codex. So it was natural that we think as well that the Arab Codex initiative needs also to be structured with a sub-regional component that would be dedicated to enhancing capacities and addressing the specificities of Codex capacity enhancement within specifically the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council. So this, we believe, is in fact a prerequisite to the sustainability of the investment that we would make. So making sure that the activities are very much anchored within the standardization organizations of the region. And we are very much thankful, in fact, to the leadership of both organizations for the level of support that we received from them towards the development of this initiative. So I'm going to see if I can move to the next. The clicker does not cooperate. So in fact, here there's a very short video where we introduce the Arab Codex initiative. So let's review it together. Video is in Arabic, so I'm going to maybe make a little bit of translation. So it's a Codex competency development program implemented by G-Force and funded by US Codex Office in partnership with ETSMO and in partnership with the GSO. And also in partnership with Pereira at Laval University and Venture 37. So the objective is really to enhance Codex capacities in the Arab region. Contribute to effective participation of Arab Codex delegations in Codex meetings and creating an enabling environment through capacity building and availability of data and scientific information to support the formulation of positions in the Arab region. And this is hopefully that will have a contribution to enhancing the food control systems in the entire Arab region based on the risk analysis principles. So one of the first things that we dedicated our attention towards is to look at really prioritizing our action. There are so many Codex committees and there are limited resources. So the idea is basically perhaps not to cover everything at once, but to have some priorities in the committees where we would put more efforts. And in fact, a prioritization approach has taken place. In fact, with the participation of the Codex contact points during the Dubai meeting of last year. And these are some of the outputs of that prioritization. It was identified that for the horizontal committees, emphasis should be on CCCF, the Codex Committee on Contaminants, the Codex Committee on Additives, the pesticide residue one, the residues of veterinary drugs, as well as the food inspection and certification systems. For the vertical committees or the commodity committees, 3 main areas were identified as areas of focus, and that's the fishery and fishery products, the fats and oils, and the spices and culinary herbs, both because the region is a producer or a major consumer of these commodities. Now, these are some of the early outputs of the initiative. So over the past period, and we thought that, in fact, actually colleagues who prepared the slide worked at really putting some numbers, because sometimes numbers really speak in terms of what was achieved. We were able to rely on a pool of 6 experts from the region that we hope will continue to increase. We covered over the past period, in fact, 3 Codex committees, mostly the CCCF, the CCPR, and the CCSCH. So the spices and culinary herbs. Thanks to the leadership of ETSMO, we have been working on structuring the coordination committees. And in fact, a Codex coordination committee agenda was set. And in fact, meeting took place on a regular basis. 6 meetings of coordination took place amongst all the Codex contact points of the region with a high level of attendance, I must say. The work has resulted in the analysis of various agenda items, leading to the development and publication of 23 analysis documents available in Arabic, in English, and in French. 14 presentations were made during the coordination committees, and we really aimed to have a full transparency in the way the proceedings were organized. So essentially, every meeting was videotaped, and in fact, every meeting is available on YouTube. So 40 YouTube videos were generated as a result of this work. And basically, anybody can see how the agenda items were analyzed, what type of recommendations were made, and what type of input was provided throughout these proceedings. The work also resulted in supporting ETSMO to prepare 3 conference room documents, which essentially outlined the way ETSMO, as an observer organization representing countries, member countries of the League of Arab States, essentially would position itself or gives, a position or even its analysis vis-a-vis some select agenda items of importance to the region. So these are the example of the CRDs that were submitted to the CCCF, to the CCPR, as well as to the CCSCH on behalf of ETSMO. So essentially, the group of experts worked at developing these CRDs, which were submitted to the Codex Secretariat. Now, as I mentioned, the emphasis on transparency has been really key. And you see here all the meetings, their agendas, the documents that supported them, the videos of the way the meetings, proceedings actually were handled. All of that is available under the Codex area, the Arab Codex area of the GForce website. In fact, we created arabcodex.org, and arabcodex.org is practically the home of all sorts of documentation that was generated as a result of this work. The same thing actually applies to the various coordination committees. All the information is made available on the website. So again, really upholding the principles of transparency, which is a principle
or a value rather, that Codex embraces, but it's also a common value for our organization. Now, at the same time also, ETSMO, through its IT team, worked at creating an ICT, so an information and communication tool dedicated to the region, in order essentially to cut a little bit on the email exchanges. You know, rather than having email exchanges on a continued basis with heavy documentation, creating in fact a forum for Codex contact points where the information can be accessed, so essentially a repository of information, a repository of resources, but also the ability to communicate amongst the various Codex contact points of this particular region. And the idea is actually to leverage this effort even for other parts of the world, such as the Southwest Pacific and the Asia program. And we have been also working on a number of training and capacity building activities. At the request of the Codex Contact Point of Morocco, we delivered in April of this year 3 online sessions that were attended by over 40 participants representing the National Codex Committee of Morocco, where essentially we reviewed the foundation of Codex work. We reviewed the foundation of reliance on science in Codex decision-making. We also reviewed the principles of position development and position formulation at the country level. And this training then was followed by a face-to-face training with COVID restrictions actually easing. We were able to have over 30 participants, again, from the National Codex Committee of Morocco, but also with the participation of representatives of the Codex Contact Point of Mauritania. And we delivered a 2-day training program in Rabat in July of this year. We have also identified the need to have a more effective preparation to the proceedings of the Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting, the 45th session of the CAC, which is taking place in less than a month now. And in fact, we planned 2 colloquia, so 2 training sessions, but also colloquia in the form of preparation for the upcoming session of the CAC in Tunisia and in Amman, gathering the majority of the Codex contact points and their representatives from the Arab region. And we have actually a short video that features these 2 events. These 2 events, by the way, took place in the very recent past, in late September and in the middle of October in Tunis and, well, in Hammamet in Tunisia and in Amman. So there's a short video that outlines that, if it can be run. Introduction is in Arabic, so I will do a little bit of translation.
ضمن إطار مشروع المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي
within the Arab Codex Initiative,
وبالشراكة مع المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعديل
in partnership with ETSMO
وهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربي. نظمت الجمعية العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية ومعهد التدريب والاستشارات الصناعية التابع للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعليم دورة تدريبية تفاعلية لنقاط اتصال الدول العربية في هيئة الدستور الغذائي على مرحلتين خلال شهري سبتمبر وأكتوبر 2022. 16 دولة عربية
16
مشاركة
countries
ضمن مجموعتين
contributed amongst two groups.
ساهم في التدريب 10 خبراء من دول عربية
10
وأجنبية.
experts contributed to the training program.
15 ساعة من التدريب
15
بمشاركة
hours
90 شخصاً
of
حضورياً
training
وافتراضياً
with
عن
90
بعد
participants.
لمراجعة الأسس الرئيسية لتطوير
Reviewing the
مواصفات
foundations of
الدستور الغذائي
codex proceedings and codex standard setting.
وعرض لأفضل الممارسات
And
المتعلقة
the best
بالصياغة
practices
وتطوير
in
الموقف
the development
الوطني
and formulation of national positions
من خلال حلقات نقاش
through
ودراسة
discussions
حالات
and
عملية
case studies
وتبادل الآراء
and
حول
exchange
الفعاليات
of
المنجزة
opinions
والمستقبلية للمبادرة
on the way the Arab Codex initiatives would be planned and
بهدف
would be
دعم حماية
implemented in the
المستهلك
upcoming
العربي
period
وتفعيل التجارة
for the purpose
الغذائية
of
إقليميا
protecting
ودوليا.
consumers in the Arab region and enabling a fair environment for trade of food and agri-food products in the Arab region. So those are the two last events that occupied quite a bit of, or took quite a bit of effort and resources over the last period. And actually showcase a little bit what we are aiming hopefully to contribute with as part of this Codex capacity building programs. Now, some of the next steps that are anticipated for the three initiatives. Of course, we will continue our efforts to work with Codex contact points and also with the regional coordination structures for the preparation of the upcoming commission meeting happening in Rome this time. Again, Codex is reconvening in person after a couple of years of interruption due to COVID. We are also working now at operationalizing the Southwest Pacific Codex initiative, and we have a meeting planned on the 8th and the 9th of November in Auckland, New Zealand. And we are hoping, in fact, we got confirmation from the 10 Pacific Island countries in the region to be part of the of this program in person. So this will serve hopefully as a stepping stone towards the preparation for the CC-NASWAP meeting happening in January, but also a better preparation for the CAC, and also putting the foundation for a multi-year program of capacity building of the Codex contact points, but also the regional Codex capacity within the Southwest Pacific in partnership with the Codex contact points of Australia and New Zealand. We are also having a first engagement meeting planned with Southeast Asian countries in Putrajaya in Malaysia on the 11th of November. So you see that the upcoming agenda is quite busy in preparation for the upcoming CAC 45. Now, I know that the program said that I will be finishing at 10 o'clock this overview, and I knew that I wouldn't, given the amount of areas that I wanted us to cover. And in fact, actually, this part can be considered also as part of the contribution of introducing GForce to members, to particularly new members of GForce, so that they can see the various facets of initiatives that the organization is aiming to cover. So perhaps actually before moving to another area, now shifting gears from Codex to food laboratory capacities, maybe I'll pause a few minutes and see if there are any questions or comments. We have more participants online, which is appreciated, but also hear from colleagues around the room if you have any questions or comments. Seeing none, I guess I will continue. And I will continue until I have a protest on your part that I need to stop. That basically you're tired from hearing my voice. So at that point, at which point I will grant us a break. So the next part essentially that we would like to cover is the contribution of GForce to capacity building programs targeting feed and food testing. If you recall, at the last Symposium, so we'll call it GForce 1, so essentially the Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium, the first Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium that took place also in Dubai, we reviewed with you the outputs of a training program that covered various areas of food and feed testing, targeting pesticide residues and mycotoxins, but a training program that was delivered in Africa in the form of an e-learning program. So we designed an e-learning program over a period of 3 months, delivered through the e-learning platform with interactive sessions, as well as with access to training material. This program was developed thanks to the partnership that we had with the US Department of Agriculture Foreign Agriculture Service, the United States International Development Agency, the partnership with the African Union, and the partnership with AOAC International and Venture 37. We also enjoyed the support and sponsorship from the Waters Corporation and our BioFarm as well in the latter stage of this initiative. And this program was also implemented with the partnership of Université Laval and the Platform of Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence. Over 160 participants took part in this program with an 80% success rate. What does this mean? 80% meaning that 80% of the 160 candidates completed the training program until its end during a COVID time and actually using the e-learning platform with actually, I would say, an impressive set of results when we evaluated the performance. It was always identified that a second step or a second phase was envisaged for this program in the form of a face-to-face training for 10 candidates amongst the most highly performing ones in the e-learning phase, but also considering a geographic distribution, because otherwise we might have had actually more colleagues from 1 or 2 countries only because of the level of participation of some countries. So we, in fact, planned the second phase of this capacity building program, and that was implemented in July here in Dubai in collaboration with the Dubai municipality and the Dubai Central Laboratory. In fact, this training program took place from July 24th to August the 3rd. We very much enjoyed the leadership and the contribution of AOAC International in this effort. In fact, we highlighted during that effort that 3 sections of AOAC International were represented at that particular training. The Africa section, where essentially most of the trainees were coming from, or all of the trainees, in fact, were coming from. The India section that provided us with the experts, in fact, experts that supported the delivery of the training program were amongst the leaders of the India section. And of course, the newly created Arab section, which hosted the training as well. So essentially within the Dubai municipality and the Dubai Central Laboratory. So you see, we had participants from Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Togo. And we enjoyed the partnership of our BioFarm and the Waters Corporation as co-sponsors of the implementation of the program, on top of the continued partnership of the African Union, AOAC International, and the Dubai municipality. So these are some highlights of the training, what took place, some short video really that highlights what happened during these 10 days. I guess the culminating aspect of our work in food laboratory capacity building brings us back to this region, to the Arab region, and the efforts that were deployed towards the establishment of a section of AOAC International in the Arab region. So essentially, we're going to see a very quick bumper of the section. So. Now, in the same way as we have been aiming to structure Codex coordination, anchoring it in existing structures, we also identified that the way we could potentially better enhance the coordination and the availability of capacities in food and feed testing in the region is also to anchor this effort within an existing standardization organization and in collaboration with the two standardization organizations in the region, again, the GSO and the ETSMO. Again, the idea here is to have all the countries of the League of Arab States be put together in order to constitute what is now the Arab section of AOAC International. So the countries are essentially go from Mauritania in the west all the way to the Sultanate of Oman in the east, and gather both the countries in North Africa, including actually going down to Djibouti, Somalia, and the Comore Islands, but also all the countries of the Near East. The Arab countries of the Near East, that is. This is actually a very short introduction to the Arab section of AOAC International, which was presented to the board of directors of AOAC International in March of this year. So we're aiming again to increase the participation of experts from the region. And so far, I believe that tomorrow's launch event of the section is likely to gather over 50 participants from the region. Now, the idea of creating this section stems from, in fact, previous effort reviewing the current capacity of food and feed testing in the Arab region. And in fact, I had the privilege to author a paper that did such review and identified, again, areas of strength in the sense that there is a significant level of capacity of food and feed testing laboratory. And again, Engineer Khulud is a testament to that in various parts of the Arab region. But there were, in fact, areas that would benefit very much, very strongly from the leadership of AOAC International and what AOAC International has been offering the food analytical communities around the world, and where the Arab region hasn't been really benefiting so much or leveraging as much, what the organization can bring. So one of the, of course, limitations of the creation of the section is actually the level of representation of experts from the region in AOAC International. And in this regard, the platform of food risk analysis and regulatory excellence at Laval University invested in 50 memberships for a period of 3 years for candidates from the region that were identified from key food and feed testing laboratories, mostly regulatory laboratories. So we asked, in fact, regulators from the region to identify or to nominate colleagues to become members of AOAC International for a period of 3 years. We also funded 10 membership into the OMA, the official methods, basically compendium of AOAC International. And the intent, of course, was to cover the entire geopolitical entity of the League of Arab States by this type of membership. Of course, by reaching the 50 threshold, even though, in fact, initially, I think there were 19 members pre-creation of the section, so we would have exceeded the threshold of 50. That is, in fact, a minimum threshold for AOAC International and the board of directors of AOAC International to consider the creation of a section. And we worked diligently with the AOAC International team to essentially prepare the conditions of accession to the creation of the section, but also with the members and colleagues and leaders from the two standardization organizations of the region, so ETSMO and the GSO. And in fact, here I would like to mention that Engineer Ahmed Al-Basha, again present with us today, is in fact the president-elect of the Arab section of AOAC International. So when we identified the governance structure and established it. Now, of course, we try to mobilize the resources and really invest in the membership, as I mentioned. And then we received the support of the board of directors. And on March 14th of this year, during one of the last board of director meetings of AOAC International, the Arab section was endorsed as the 19th regional section of AOAC International, and now is present and is represented on the AOAC International website. So with this, in fact, we moved the members in AOAC International to 69. And of course, hopefully, and we'll have an update definitely tomorrow on this, the members exceed 69 for the Arab region, meaning the Arab section itself. So the members of the Arab section exceed currently the members that are represented in AOAC International, and which is actually one of our objectives as well, which is to stimulate essentially the community, the food laboratory community within the region. Now, of course, we are pursuing the same approach with empowering the standardization organization in the area of standardization of analytical methods. And in fact, the section will work also at establishing formal relationship between AOAC International as the main organization and the standardization organizations in the region. So essentially with ETSMO and the GSO. We also appreciate the fact that this region, when we look at its demographics, it's probably one of the youngest demographics around the world. And therefore, in order to sustain the contribution and the membership in the region, we need to invest in an academic base for this section. And we wanted to turn really the efforts and the focus towards the method developments, the method validation, and the method standardization needs of the region specifically. And there were a couple already of priorities that were identified, and these will be more fleshed out during the discussions that will take place tomorrow. So again, really a reminder to our participants online and those who might be also viewing the YouTube broadcast later on. We will be having the first annual meeting and the launch meeting of the Arab section of AOAC International tomorrow. It's going to be held actually also as a hybrid event with hopefully quite a bit of participation in person. It's taking place at the World Trade Center in room Charja D in the World Trade Center. So tomorrow. So it's not happening here like this meeting today. So join us as of 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for this meeting. And we have, in fact, a web page dedicated to the Arab AOAC section hosted within the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. Now, perhaps one key element that I wanted to mention, and why GForce and Arab section of AOAC? And that might be one of the questions that will come. Well, one of the key impediments that was identified towards structuring an AOAC section within this region is how to incorporate an entity that could be covering the entire geographic areas. Not that non-for-profit organizations cannot exist within the Arab region, they can, but generally they tend to be national organizations. They cannot, or it's very difficult to have an international organization as a non-for-profit organization. So essentially, the solution that we offered was that GForce could offer the host to the Arab section of AOAC International. The Arab section of AOAC International will have to function within its own charter, within its own governance structure, and complying with all the requirements of AOAC International to be a section of AOAC International, but also in line with the requirements and the charter of GForce. And there aren't any contradictions between the two because we tend to espouse the same values. So in fact, GForce is serving as a host organization for Arab AOAC, for the Arab section of AOAC International. Now, in fact, this leads me to speak to our vision for the future in terms of contributing in food laboratory capacity building. The two examples that we mentioned, which is essentially the capacity building program, the design, the implementation, the tailoring of these capacity building programs, but also structuring food and feed testing at the regional level, inspired us the idea of creating a center of excellence specific to one area of food regulatory science, that is food laboratory science. And the board of directors of GForce endorsed the idea in early 2022. And we went ahead in discussions with the Dubai municipality and in collaboration particularly with the Dubai Central Laboratory to create the Center of Excellence, which will be in fact a physical location for GForce, offering possibilities of capacity building programs, but also contributing even with some modest research and data gathering activities, relying on food laboratory science as an enabler for this data collection. And this, in fact, leverage an ongoing collaboration that we've had with the Dubai municipality, including the organization of these events. So the objectives of the Center of Excellence will be training, capacity building programs for food laboratory activities, both in person, but also virtual. We're also looking at investing in data collection efforts and perhaps create a data hub, for example, a food contaminants data hub that could serve at the national level, at the regional level. And we are aiming to have the center operated in the form of a public-private partnership. Public-private partnership in the form that the center could be a center of technology demonstration with contribution of technology providers in analytical science that will be making available their technologies to the center. And these technologies could be demonstrated, could be used for the purposes of application development, but also for the purposes of training and capacity building. These technologies also could be contributors to development of data. And of course, we have the vision of sustaining the activities of this center through offering some services, such as food analytical services and also food regulatory science services. So we are hoping, in fact, to illustrate, or at least to showcase the creation of the Center of Excellence and the collaboration that has been underway between GForce and the Dubai municipality at the Dubai International Food Safety Conference on November 1st. Hopefully, we will witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding between G-Force and the Dubai municipality, highlighting the creation of the Center of Excellence as a key collaborative effort between both entities. So as you see, what we are trying to do here is really trying to bring together various initiatives and various contributors. And you'll see that this is a common theme, perhaps that we can explore later about how we can make the business model of G-Force evolve towards harnessing various small initiatives and putting them to work with, I would say, a collective goal to magnify potentially the impact of these capacity building programs, leveraging particularly various contributors working in the same direction. And in fact, the vision perhaps is to look at this model of centers of excellence in food regulatory science that could be tailored to the needs of a particular region. So we started, of course, with food laboratory science, but that can go beyond. It could go to various aspects of food risk assessment, to formulation of risk management strategies, with our involvement in Codex as well, that could be integrated. So the idea is to look at how G-Force could contribute in various parts of the world, using the Arab region as perhaps a starting point, but with the idea of tailoring these initiatives to other parts of the world where we could also create centers of excellence meeting the needs of these other regions. And the idea is really, again, starting from the notion that it is very difficult to find all the level of expertise needed to serve all the needs of each individual food control or food regulatory agency in each country around the world. There are far more needs than capacities and competencies available. So the idea of working at a regional level and mutualizing the effort through these centers of excellence of food regulatory science could be a way to address this particular challenge. Now, from food laboratory activities and the areas of investment in this work, I would like to move towards what G-Force has been doing and intends to further contribute in data availability supporting food regulatory science. But perhaps before proceeding further, I'm going to maybe pause a few seconds and see if any if there are any questions or any comments so far on this last part of introduction. I'm actually happy to see that other colleagues are joining from other parts of the world and the Arab region. I see colleagues from Tunisia joining. So I guess as the hour advances and it becomes more decent for other parts of the world, it's great to have you all with us. Any questions? Yes, David, please.
Yes, on the laboratory initiatives, the one area that, as you know, that we have interest in is the laboratory proficiency testing area. And I'm trying to remember, I know we've discussed this early on. Where do you see that in the vision of implementation of that in the region? Is that, I know you have foundational work to do before, but just kind of curious how you look at that.
Actually, I see Engineer Al-Khulud smile. It is, in fact, one of the key areas or the key needs that was expressed by the region. And I would say that it's going to be probably one of the early priorities that we will look at addressing through the creation of the Arab section, and how essentially the collaboration with AOAC and harnessing mostly the expertise and the capacity of AOAC International in establishing support for proficiency testing programs here. I think right now we have a vision, like a general vision. We would like to have these programs more localized. So essentially, when we say more localized, there are challenges of sending samples. There are challenges of even actually planning for these activities and so on. We need to bring them to the region. And we need essentially to have a model of delivery that is as close as possible to the areas where there is a need. And we may end up actually with more than one center. I don't think that actually one location will be enough. The needs exceed right now, I believe, just to go with one center. We're actually discussing potential collaboration with the laboratory of the armed forces in Jordan to have to look at actually localizing a capacity for proficiency testing programs in partnership with AOAC in Jordan. Jordan actually having also, again, a central location, ability to serve neighboring countries, but also to address the needs of Jordan itself. There might be a similar capacity to look at in Egypt alone. There might be a similar capacity to look at in North Africa, whether be it in Tunisia and Morocco or one of those countries where essentially there is more fluid or ability to move things around. So just for the region itself, the need is there. And I think it will be further documented through the discussions that will take place more tomorrow. Now, I think we'll have to have some brainstorming as to how we will be addressing this need collectively. But it's a key area, David. So, Engineer Khulud, any addition from your end? Sorry, Khulud, if you can, use the microphone. Sorry. Absolutely. Jordan is at a crossroad of a number of countries and actually offer really a central position to serve the needs of a number of countries like Iraq, Palestine, and so on. So essentially, there are a number of countries that would benefit from. It can even have an outreach to neighboring Egypt and so on. So the idea of definitely localizing a proficiency testing program, we will explore that further, and hopefully tomorrow's discussion will contribute towards that. But we can also explore in collaboration with technology providers how we can have a center of excellence or an arm of the center of excellence here in Dubai in a manner that actually is complementary. Because what we want to do is definitely, and this is why planning this together allows not to duplicate the effort, but rather really to have complementary and to leverage the effort, because it is, discussed and planned in a concerted fashion between the members. So definitely open to the idea, Engineer Khulud, to look at localizing also a center of excellence in Jordan for food laboratory science. Trying to see if on the line there are any comments or points. And I don't know, colleagues, I'm gonna suggest maybe that we promote Engineer Ahmed El Basha to a panelist so that he can intervene as at leisure. Engineer Ahmed, if you don't mind, we will have you as a panelist with us, because that will be much easier for you to intervene should you wish to do so in the proceedings. We am actually one of our board of directors members, but also one of our contributors. Dr. Wiam Gissouma from Tunisia just joined. And if we can also promote Wiam to a panelist, and so that we can have a seamless contribution, I would say, when required. Okay. I think we can continue. We can continue with the rest of the program right now, and I will continue until 11, until the health break, basically. But I'll take a pause definitely at 11 a.m. Dubai time, so that you can have a break from listening to this voice. So moving now to data availability, supporting food regulatory science and the efforts of G-Force in this area. Now, I think we don't need to demonstrate the importance of data in shaping food regulatory decisions. I mean, a risk assessment relies on data, and two types of data at least: occurrence data and consumption data. So food analysis, again, we see the linkage with food and feed testing. Food analysis provides a key contribution to the availability of data, and the availability of data is a key underpinning of food control systems. So our efforts to invest in data availability, not only through the laboratory capacity, but also through structuring the availability of data, and perhaps going even beyond. There's data that exists and that is not harnessed. So our objective is also to harness the data that is already available in the region. And one of the ways to do so is we would like, again, to contribute towards the accessibility of the information. And one of the early areas of investments that we're looking at is to have an online portal, to create online portals that would constitute repositories of food occurrence data that can be relied upon by various jurisdictions. The idea is that to shape these repositories of occurrence data in a manner that is similar to how the GEMS food program actually captures occurrence data, in a manner that would also therefore allow jurisdictions who wish to contribute to calls for data through Codex and through the advisory bodies of Codex to do so in a seamless fashion. And beyond availability of data through generating it by food laboratory operation, we identified that there is a significant amount of data that already exists in published literature, and that may not be harnessed enough by regulators in identifying or in even mapping what type of occurrence information they have. So we've embarked on an approach to do a systematic scanning of information in the published literature, using again the Arab region as a pilot, and attempting again to contribute to creating an initial body of information that will populate these repositories. Of course, we aim that this initial set of data will be complemented by the contribution of regulators themselves. So through whatever they might be generating, through other academic institutions, etc. But again, following a clear governance structure as to how new data would be admitted into the system to preserve the integrity of these online repositories of occurrence data. And perhaps actually this also could be shared at a regional level. So we could even think of an Arab food occurrence database that could be administered by one of the standardization organizations. We can even think of a GCC food occurrence database that could actually help the efforts of standardization of the GSO as a key food standardization organization. And of course, when deemed suitable, then those jurisdictions that are administering these national online portals or these national databases of food occurrence data could send some of the information that they wish suitable to the GEMS food program, to the GEMS food database, basically in response to calls for data coming from FAO and WHO and the advisory bodies of Codex, which happen on a regular basis. So again, the idea also is to link this with the international standard setting framework. So this is, and it's a key contribution. So again, here we are looking at marrying the two aspects of data mining and data generation, looking at both published information, unpublished information that regulators may have and that they consider trustworthy, and then after that, actually hopefully creating a momentum for an ongoing population of these online databases. And from there, also prioritizing the efforts of data generation so that we don't duplicate. So it's always better when you plan your food monitoring program with a good knowledge of what is out there. such that essentially you leverage the existence of information that was already generated. Now, we have been essentially piloting this effort at two levels. We've had an initial discussion with the Qatar Ministry of Public Health and looking at creating this database in Qatar in collaboration with, in fact, members of AOAC International, members of the Arab section of AOAC International, and Dr. Gouda from the Qatar Ministry of Public Health. But also, this area or this aspect has represented a key area of collaboration between G-Force and the Ministry of Public Health in Lebanon. And in fact, we launched the Lebanese food occurrence data in May in collaboration in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Health and with the participation of key members of the Lebanese government. In fact, the Prime Minister of Lebanon of the time actually witnessed the launch of the Lebanese database for food occurrence data. Now, this brings me for the last 5 minutes before the break to speak about the efforts that we have been making towards establishing long-lasting collaborations between G-Force and key organizations, food control organizations internationally. Of course, within the context of the Arab Codex Initiative, we have established ongoing engagement and discussions with the GCC Standardization Organization, the GSO, and we have benefited from a high level of support from the GSO. We have also been working very closely with ETSMO, the Arab Industrial Development Standardization and Mining Organization. And in fact, I believe it was the week before last week, I'm lost a little bit in the days, we witnessed the signature of a memorandum of understanding between G-Force and ETSMO to work on various areas fostering food laboratory science, food regulatory science, including codex capacities, but also including food laboratory activities within the context of the Arab section of AOAC International. In March, we witnessed also the signature of Memorandum of Understanding with the government of Suriname, or at least with two parties of the government of Suriname, the Ministry of Agriculture and the newly created Surinamese Food Safety Agency known as NIFS, the National Institute of Food Safety of Suriname. And in May, we also witnessed the signature of a memorandum of understanding between G-Force and the Ministry of Public Health of Lebanon, also launching the database for food occurrence data for Lebanon. So, of course, we aspire at further developing these collaborations and these agreements. Again, the idea is that these agreements help to shape the way the collaboration will be made. I mean, we don't need agreements to work. We generally actually start working before having an agreement. And in fact, that has been the case for the collaboration that we enjoyed with the Dubai municipality. And we will be witnessing the signature of another MOU, hopefully this week, with the Dubai municipality and the Dubai Central Laboratory in order, again, to highlight the creation of the Center of Excellence. So this is, in a nutshell, what has been happening in for this particular area. I'm going to suggest that we have reached 11 a.m. and 2 hours is long enough period to continue having a level of sustained attention without interruption. So I'm going to suggest that we break for about 15 minutes, and then we resume the discussion of the deliverables, and then also the introduction of the organization to the membership. Thank you again for those who have joined and who stayed with us, and please come back after 15 minutes at 11:15 Dubai time. Thank you very much. So good morning again, and welcome back to this second Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium hosted as part of the workshops preceding the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. Again, perhaps a reminder to all colleagues who are just joining us online. So this is a hybrid event, and it is meant to act as a retrospect for the activities of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, but also to discuss hopefully future directions that the society could have, again, contributing to building capacities in these disciplines. We left prior to the break. We haven't, in fact, finished the review of the achievements and the progress of activities. We were practically at the last stage. And as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, we will be having the agenda relatively fluid in the sense that we will be perhaps shifting some agenda items depending on the participation that we may have. And in fact, right away, I'm going to mention that the item related to reviewing opportunities of partnership between G-Force and food competent authorities, we are shifting that to the afternoon such that we can enjoy the participation from the leadership of the National Institute of Food Safety of Suriname, who are with us, in fact, in Dubai for this purpose. So let's continue reviewing the achievements. And in fact, the last point that we reviewed the accomplishments in the area of food laboratory science. We discussed the idea of creating centers of excellence in food laboratory science, and then from there moving to perhaps looking at these regional centers of excellence in food regulatory science. And we reviewed some of the most recent agreements and collaboration memorandum of understandings that were signed between the Global Food Regulatory Science Society and a number of food control authorities or standardization organizations. Now, I'm going to try to see if the clicker works. Once again, you know, I'm challenged with the clicker. Now, one of the things, of course, that G-Force was created to address was really to contribute to efforts of knowledge sharing and knowledge dissemination. And you have witnessed through the previous items that were presented that we have aimed to make available any type of material or publication that the organization produces as part of the delivery of our initiatives. Now, our website, in fact, has been populated with some of these outputs that I will review later on. But in conjunction with World Food Safety Day and its celebration in 2022, we announced the launch of a new initiative that we called G-Force TV. And if we can actually press on the video that is there. This is meant to be essentially a channel or using or harnessing our YouTube channel in order to make available content pertaining to food regulatory science that is broadcast at an agreed upon time. In fact, we did a series of broadcasts on a weekly basis in July of 2022. Where essentially we reviewed a number of topics such as food allergen management. We reviewed pesticide residue analysis. We reviewed aspects related to methodology, development, and validation. But then essentially now we are moving to more on-demand basis. On-demand either by those who are interested in sharing and disseminating knowledge, information in these areas, but also demand and requests that may be coming from communities of practice in food regulatory science. And in fact, most recently, we have addressed the need to accompany the coming into force of European regulations pertaining to testing of veterinary drug residues in November of this year. And essentially, we planned 2 sessions related to the new requirements of these residues of veterinary drug testing. So we're hoping that this trend will continue. And of course, we welcome your input on the topics that might be of interest and how we can make a better utilization of the GeForce TV tool. Now, of course, you've noticed that we're trying also to maximize our presence on social media. So far, GeForce has a Twitter account, has a YouTube channel, has a LinkedIn page, as well as a Facebook page. We haven't, in fact, done any particular promotion to these pages, but rather really focusing on the community itself. And I'm happy to share that our LinkedIn page reached over 1,000 followers, and that I think our YouTube page is not doing so badly, still really at the beginning. We are at the 300 vicinity of subscribers. So of course, I invite all our colleagues to subscribe to these tools, because they tend to be easy access means of reaching out to members of the community, to inform you of upcoming events, to inform you of initiatives. But hopefully also they will be means to hear back from members and from members of the food regulatory science community as to what we need to be focusing on in the future. So I'm going to move to the... Something happened with that video. Now, again, applying the idea that numbers actually also showcase what happened. This is practically, 19 initiatives that were identified as having been delivered or are underway from the last meeting or close to the last meeting. So around from September 2021 until today. And you see basically that we counted there, of course, the first Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium that took place last November. I mentioned the Codex Colloquium for the Middle East and North Africa, which launched the Arab Codex Initiative. We've had also a number of discussions with food regulators, including regulators in Bangladesh, regulators in the GCC area. A number of webinars and scientific events were held. I think noteworthy that we dedicated some attention in February to food contact material. We also dedicated some attention to food fraud in May. We accompanied to the best that we could the celebration of World Food Safety Day with the launching of GeForce TV. And also during the course of July, we had a number of broadcasts of GeForce TV that were planned. And of course, we have witnessed several milestones of the implementation of key capacity building initiatives, including the Africa Food Safety Laboratory Capacity Enhancement, as well as the Codex Outreach Program. And as you may recall, last year, we launched the Journal of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. And this is part, again, of our efforts of knowledge dissemination. Now, the journal has evolved progressively now with an existing governance structure, with also an editorial board. And we are working on addressing the first submissions of paper in order to constitute our first, release of papers, subsequent to which, hopefully, the journal will be looked at in terms of indexing and the appropriate, work towards the mentions and the citations. So we're hoping that this will be reaching a key milestone towards the end of 2022. And it will be probably subject to further updates during our next events. I think I went too fast. Now, this is perhaps a way for us to open up the discussion and to look at some aspects of future directions for the organization. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, G-Force is a member-driven organization in the sense that the members are the fuel and the engine of what we do and what we produce. But at the same time, we are not an organization that exists supported with paid contributions. Our membership is free of charge, and all what is needed is to demonstrate work in an area of food regulatory science, so long that the individual is not working for a regulated industry, meaning for a food industry. You could be working for a service provider, you could be working for an analytical company, etc. But and you would be eligible for membership. But eligibility for membership for colleagues, again, working in the area of food regulatory science, but working for food industries, right now that membership is restricted. And this was really also an intent on our part in order to create, perhaps a more freedom of discussion amongst the community. This does not mean that we should not have collaboration with industry. On the contrary, we consider that collaboration with industry, outreach with our industry partners, the food industry producers, that is a key element of pursuing the development of food regulatory science. Because at the end of the day, the main job of a regulator is essentially to work with industry, to regulate the industry. And that cannot happen without an ongoing level of engagement, collaboration, and basically open discussions. But in order to give a space of freedom for the regulators that are part of the G-Force community, then we have decided at this point in time that the membership will be restricted. Now, because we are not fueled, therefore, with subsidies from the members themselves, we rely on initiatives that are proposed to us by donors, by contributors in capacity building programs. And it is through the implementation of these initiatives that revenue is generated and that we can essentially pursue our activities. Now, of course, our intent is, of course, to achieve a balance between a demand-driven approach, meaning what gets proposed to us, versus essentially initiatives that are planned and implemented in a manner that is structured and that follows a vision. We will have some discussions around that this afternoon. But so far, some of the future directions that we envisage is, of course, to continue the investment in codex capacities. And I have mentioned earlier what we have ahead of us to implement for the Arab Codex Initiative, the Southwest Pacific Codex Initiative, and the Asia Codex Initiative, funded by the US Codex Office and implemented in partnership with Laval University, with Land O'Lakes Venture 37, as well as with Codex programs in Australia and New Zealand and ILSI Southeast Asia so far, and probably many other partners. We would like to dedicate more efforts for data collection and use. We have already started a model for the creation of these food occurrence databases. We would like to move beyond the pilot or the proof of concept in really implementing these in some jurisdictions that are interested. And actually really now in populating these databases with the data that is needed and that supports risk assessment and the risk analysis effort. We will be also looking at collaborating with the World Health Organization, given that WHO is the custodian with FAO of the GEMS food program, because at the end of the day, the data is so important, and particularly data coming from different parts of the world is so important to ensure that Codex standards are representative of the global view, so that the Codex standards are not only skewed towards the areas or the regions that provide data, which tend to be, unfortunately, right now, more of the same. We're looking also at, in terms of learning, the demand that seems to be becoming more frequent is to be able to offer training and capacity building programs that are structured in the areas of risk assessment. And this is, of course, beyond continuing our effort in food laboratory science, but as a new area where we would like to have more efforts, risk assessment training and how we structure such risk assessment training tends to be an area where the demand is increasing, and we would like to have a meaningful contribution. Investment in information and communication tools serving the food regulatory science community is another area of focus. So I mentioned the food contaminants database as an example of that. But what we're looking at is tools that would allow regulators to make decisions, including to operate some of their most common food regulatory functions. And you will note that we are partnering right now with colleagues, in fact, to develop an ICT for food inspection systems, a risk-based food inspection system that will be piloted in collaboration with our friends in Suriname and with the newly founded Surinamese Food Safety Agency. I will have hopefully the opportunity to demonstrate this application. Our intent behind this is to contribute in making these ICTs more accessible and more affordable. One of the key impediments for regulators around the world to adopt IT-based applications to support their food regulatory processes is the fact that these tend to be expensive. It's very difficult to have things tailored. So I would say the failure rate is very high and the cost is very high. We would like to contribute to making that cost actually go down, and therefore to make these tools more available, more affordable, and more accessible to all. And we will be looking at launching another funding model for our initiatives, essentially in the form of a multi-stakeholder, multi-year initiative, looking at creating trust funds for a given initiative where various contributors might be coalescing around an idea or a priority, and essentially to pool the resources in order to develop the implementation of those challenges or those areas where an initiative could address a challenge. The example, we could be looking at, for example, developing risk management initiatives for mycotoxins in a particular area that can cover all the way from methods of analysis, their validation, their availability, all the way to tools available to industry in order to mitigate or manage mycotoxin issues in some productions. And essentially making sure that guidance is developed using Codex information, is tailored, is disseminated, and so on. So these are some examples of initiatives that we could consider under this funding model. Now, of course, I invite you to visit our website, gforce.org, which we try to spend a significant level of effort at maintaining current, at making available as much information as possible on the initiatives, on the events that are planned, on the progress of the outputs that are achieved through the implementation of the funded initiatives underway. And also, you can use the website to make a recommendation for your membership, but also to reach out to us with any ideas that you may have to further develop the society. With this, in fact, I'm reaching the end of this year. In retrospect, it was much longer as than originally planned. I would like to thank you for your attention. And I guess I'm considering this as part, in fact, of the introduction to members that may be either with us right now or that may be joining us later on, and that could, in fact, visualize the YouTube video that will be made available. So with this, I'm going to open now the floor for any questions or comments, but I will also invite my fellow board member or board members who are still with us, and in order to give their insights, essentially, and even their own evaluation of the performance of G-Force as a society over the past period, and also some directions for future investments in the upcoming period. So first of all, looking maybe at the floor, if anyone is requesting. I think actually I'm going to move directly to Dr. Pamela Byrne.
Thanks very much, Sam, and hello to everybody who's joined us online. I'm not too sure how many people are with us online now because I can't see the numbers, but I understand it's growing. First of all, just to say congratulations to Sam and Ali and Amin and others and Sylvia on the great work that has been done, because I think what's very clear and has become even clearer over the last number of years, particularly with the COVID-19 pandemic, is that we need robust food control systems that are resilient and are resistant to shocks. And of course, we've had many, and we'll continue to have more over the near future and over the long term as well. And what's important, as Sam has laid out a couple of times this morning, is that we have very strong, robust food control systems to underpin those food systems. And of course, those systems need to continuously improve, to take on board and take account of new data, new knowledge, new information. And then indeed, I suppose, what was discussed, or a concept, an idea that was shared a number of years ago between Sam and Professor Junshi Chen, and indeed myself a few years later, was very much about identifying the fact that there are significant challenges that we have to face, and we have capacity issues. And of course, we don't always have, nor will we ever have, enough people to do all of the work that we need to do, and we won't have access to all of the infrastructure that we need within our own countries. So there is a capacity challenge, and I suppose arising from this recognition that there is capacity issues, it's important for us to come together. And that's really what G-Force is about. It's about a group of people coming together to explore a concept that has led to development of G-Force now, which is fully, I would say, engaged in a number of different activities that Sam has laid out this morning, but has very clearly articulated what the vision of the organization is for the future, indeed the mission, and of course the core values of G-Force are aligned very much to the core values of a number of other organizations that are now partnering with G-Force. Those values being around transparency, inclusion, collaboration and advocacy, and also independence. And independence being critically important because the ultimate aim of us as regulators is to make sure that we protect consumer health and public health. And of course, having that trust of consumers in us as regulators and in terms of data providers is going to be really, really important to maintain that in the future, because there is possibly an eroding of trust amongst the public in, some of the activities that perhaps maybe go on within food. And I think the things that G-Force has done really well and continues to do, but of course will require a lot of effort and energy to continue to work in these areas. So maybe the first area is around capacity. So I think there is a small team in place at the moment, and of course supported by a very passionate board, a number of people who have expressed and indeed are committed to the mission and the values and indeed the vision of G-Force. We've seen a huge amount of an increase in capacity in the laboratory space, just even in terms of, and we saw it through the videos this morning, a number of colleagues from a number of different countries, being exposed to really important laboratory. Of course, that then hopefully evolving into something a bit more the center of excellence that Sam spoke about. But I suppose what was really important as well throughout all of this is around the learning and development and the knowledge sharing and the access. So very much speaking to that transparency and inclusiveness, because there are countries in the world who can afford and do have very strong systems of control in place, but there are countries that don't, but need those systems of control in order for them to remain food secure into the future. And I'm so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can we hear Pam correctly? Yes. Yeah, I think we're gonna use this mic.
Okay. Oh, that sounds a little bit better. My apologies. I hope you picked up what I've said already, and it's particularly in the area of capacity building. I think the second area that I think is very clear, and I mentioned it in the context of energy, but it is a huge commitment, I think, by individuals and by people within the G-Force team, but equally by the members. And Sam spoke to the importance of, you know, the members being the fuel to any organization. And of course, we really need to understand possibly what more G-Force can do for the members, particularly, and then that can help inform, you know, prioritization of activity, bearing in mind the capacity challenges that G-Force has currently, but also the commitment of the partners. And we have to just call out that commitment, because the partners are critically important to this. And all of the partners that Sam has called out this morning, those partnerships don't just arrive easily. They require, first of all, the outreach, developing a relationship based on trust, a relationship also that delivers value for both partners, or indeed multiple partners at the same time. And, you know, G-Force has benefited really hugely from the openness of those partners to come on board and to work with G-Force as an organization. But equally, there are now partners coming to G-Force to access the opportunity that G-Force provides, which is around access to members and to a network, etc. And particularly at the core of that is the independence that G-Force has at its center. And of course, that has led to a number of the collaborations, which brings me to my third point, which is really around those collaborations and partnerships. I would say very much at the board level, we're very committed, we're very focused on what it is, but this is, as I've described it in the past, a startup now that is really beginning to grow its wings. And from something that was just a concept maybe a number of years ago to something now that is an entity that is growing and is attracting lots of attention, but equally delivering lots of value. It's going to be important to maintain those partnerships and collaborations into the future. I suppose for me, one of the opportunities as well is how do we take some of these pilots and scale them? Because G-Force's vision is not just about working in particular regions or in any one part of a region or even across a couple of regions in this. It is about that leadership internationally. And of course, there's many different initiatives that are going on in other parts of the world that maybe perhaps we can, you know, shine a light on a little bit to try and understand whether or not those could be leveraged to really develop G-Force as it continues to look towards achieving its mission and indeed its vision. But I would say that from a board member's perspective, it's fantastic to see that there has been 19 initiatives that have happened over the last 12 months. They haven't happened just by chance. They've been very deliberate, very considered, and have developed and led to a significant amount of capacity that has been built in a number of different areas that are aligned to the G-Force vision and mission. So I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the ideas, perhaps of those in the room, or indeed of the members online or in the other board members as well online, to see how we can continue to deliver on that vision that we set out and really work towards achieving a very strong, robust society, a community of practice, which is going to have the capacity to allow us to really underpin those food systems that are going to have to be resilient into the future as we continue to withstand shocks. And I think very fair to say that those shocks have been coming fast over the last 2 to 3 years. The food system wasn't perfect before we had these shocks. It certainly won't be perfect afterwards, but it is, I suppose, a responsibility of all of those in this society really to think about how do we ensure that those food systems sustain for the future and provide the much needed food security. But of course, not just by providing food, but making sure that that food is safe as well is going to be critically important, and as well as being safe, being trusted. So thanks for that, Sam. I'll leave my comments there for the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pam. And again, equally thankful to the level of support that we have received from you and all members of the board throughout the short lifetime of G-Force in these past couple of years. I'm looking actually at who is with us from members of the board, and I'm sorry, you are online. If you can hear me, I'm going to put you on the spot. As a board member, and equally also as one of the founders of the organization, and actually also give you the opportunity to share your insights as to this past period of G-Force evolution and any type of insights that you may give for the future directions. Can you hear me, Em? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be with you today in this second symposium of G-Force. Thank you for your all efforts given by all the team of G-Force. G-Force, it's a good opportunity and a bridge of many countries in the world, giving dissemination data, knowledge, provide training for new professionals in food safety. I hope all these activity mean all our system control of food safety more robust and based on scientific evidence, and hope all success of G-Force, and good luck and good work for G-Force team. Thank you, Samuel, and thank you for all the team in G-Force. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just actually for the record, Dr. Wiem Gissouma is from Tunisia and is also one of the founding members of G-Force and a member of the board of directors. Also, Wiem contributes in the delivery of a number of initiatives that G-Force implements, particularly in the Arab region and in relation to Codex. So I'm looking actually here at the schedule, and I said it's going to be fluid. It's definitely going to be fluid, so we're going to be making a little bit of changes here. We've planned essentially for the next period to review some of the memorandum of understandings that I introduced earlier. But I would like actually to postpone this item till after lunch, because we will enjoy the participation of the CEO of the Food Safety Authority of Suriname, who will be attending with us, and actually give her the opportunity to say a few words about the MOU and her aspirations as a leader of a food regulatory organization newly created in the Caribbean, and how G-Force could essentially contribute to building more capacity and contributing to robustness of food regulatory decisions. So we'll keep that part till after lunch. Now, the change that I'm going to make is basically I'm going to be going through the review of some of the resources that G-Force offers to its membership. And we've initially identified this as an opportunity to meet with members and to offer you the possibility to know more about the organization that you chose to be affiliated with. So with your permission, what I would like to do is to share with you a navigation of our website. And at the same time, actually, it allows me to introduce the charter or the statutes or the bylaws, depending on how you call them, of the organization, because this is a key document that really governs the existence of the organization, of course, abiding by the act under which we operate, which is the Non-for-Profit Corporations Act of Canada, but also gives you an idea about how the membership is structured, what are the rights, the duties, and so on of the members, the officers, and so on. So with your permission, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to go into the website of GForce, and we're gonna have a collective navigation of it as an item here to introduce to the members. So I hope you are able to see my screen, and I think you are. So GForce website can be accessed through gforce.org. We try essentially to make a dynamic area by any type of breaking information, breaking news. So here I'm directing you, please scroll down, because by scrolling down, you will be able to see some additional information, particularly any type of breaking news. But also you can review aspects related to the existence of the organization, the mission, the vision, the core values, and also our partners, particularly our hosting partners, the Platform of Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence of Laval University and the Institute of Nutrition and Functional Food, as well as IOFOST, of which, as you know, GForce is an affiliated or a disciplinary organization in the area of food regulatory science. Now, the area that I would direct you towards to examine or to know more about GForce is the governance button here. As mentioned, we strive to have an as transparent process as possible, in the sense that all our board of directors, meetings, discussions, etc., are made available on the website, and you can see what is the agenda, what are the items that were discussed, and so on. So we had, in fact, the most recent board meeting, which happened, in fact, earlier this week. So that one didn't make it yet, because it needs to be, the records of decision need to be approved. But any records of decisions of meetings of the board that took place previously are all available on the website, and you have active links where you are able to review the agendas, the records of decisions, and so on. So basically, this is something that we strive at maintaining current, and to uphold our value of transparency to membership, to the membership, and also to the community writ large. Now, in the membership, in the governance section, I would like to draw your attention to the bylaws of GForce. And this is, in fact, the document, the foundational document, according to which GForce was created. And in fact, it was the first act or the first decision that the board had to make upon the creation of the organization, which is essentially to endorse the bylaws of the organization. So, of course, it's written by lawyers. So please, bear that in mind when you read a document like this. It was written by a lawyer, but at the same time, it's actually really a clear definition about the way the organization manages its business. What I would like basically to draw your attention to is that you will see that the areas of intervention are clearly highlighted in the bylaws, because that's also a key element where we highlight what are we going to be working on in terms of knowledge generation, knowledge communication and transfer, support to education in food regulatory science, aspects of network development and collaborations. But the section that may be of importance to our members is the membership section, where essentially we define how the membership is based, and again, really identifying the categories of members. So in general, again, it's highlighted that it is current and former scientists and regulators from food regulatory agencies at any level of government, municipal, state, provincial, national, and international, including international organizations, scientists and professionals working in disciplines related to food regulatory science from non-governmental organizations, service providers, and academic institutions. Now, you will note that we don't have an exclusion here, but because we did not mention industry partners, it's de facto that essentially scientists working in a regulated industry would not be eligible to be members in G-Force. Now, we have a provision, however, that the board of directors may, by resolution, approve admission of the members, and that essentially can include any specific provisions that may be required to make exceptions if exceptions may be needed. However, here, what I would like to mention is the categorization of members. We have two categories of members. And in fact, as I mentioned, membership does not require paying any fees. So it's application-based, and it's upon the approval of the board of directors. So at every meeting of the board of directors, we have a dedicated time in order to review the memberships that have come to date. And I know that several of our members to be have a pending membership right now, simply because some of the memberships are being validated by the board of directors. So given that we don't meet every week, you know, sometimes you may be waiting a little bit in order to receive your approval to be members. But also I would like to highlight that we are working at streamlining that process, because this is becoming, you know, a regular agenda item that we can perhaps facilitate with electronic tools. Two classes of members make up the membership of the society: Class A members and Class B members. So everybody that meets the eligibility criteria is de facto a Class B member. Class A and Class B members, by the way, have the same right and duties. The only difference is a voting right. Class A members are voting members. Class B members are non-voting members. But accessibility to resources, participation to all the activities, etc., are exactly the same. It's simply the voting element that essentially is different. For Class A members, the difference in acceptance is that Class A members need to be first recommended at least by one member of the board of directors. So essentially, it can be a spontaneous membership, but it needs to come with a recommendation from one of the board of directors members. And it requires a special resolution being a resolution adopted at 75% of the votes of the board of directors. Class B members are members that make an application and receive the approval of the board of directors on the basis simply of meeting the eligibility criteria at the majority, at the simple majority. So essentially it's 50 plus 1%. And that's what allow all members to become, to be Class B members. Now the membership is for a period of 5 years. What does this mean? It means that after 5 years, de facto, the membership stops and the member has to renew, to reiterate the application. And this is really in a spirit to make sure that we keep the professional affiliations current, and to make sure that, you know, the members that were accepted at a point in time, and if there is an evolution in their professional pathway, that's also accounted for in the membership of G-Force. Now, this is, for me, a key element that I wanted to mention in terms of the bylaws of the organization. I'm not going to go through the entire set of bylaws. We have, of course, a section dedicated to officers. So, of course, this is in fact here where you have the differentiation between Class A and Class B. The eligibility to be an officer of the organization or to act on the executive board of the organization is, in fact, devoted to Class A members, the voting members. okay? And the voting members are the ones that vote on any changes to the bylaws, that vote on any type of resolutions that is submitted to the assembly of members, but also they are the ones that are empowered to elect the board of directors and to elect the officers of the organization. Another element that I would like to mention is that the mandate, so the term of the officers and the board of directors members is of 3 years, with the possibility of renewal, and we did not put a limitation for the possibilities of renewal as listed in these bylaws. So that's a quick, really, tour for the membership of G-Force. I know these are common questions that tend to come to us from either prospective members or current members. And in fact, if we go right now to one particular section of trying to see of G-Force. Trying to see here if I'm going to share this part. If you go into Team G-Force area, you will note that there is in fact a list of members that are identified, and basically you can scroll down and you find the different members and the date of membership, and basically the date of the end of membership already identified, as well as the class of membership is also identified. And we have a map that highlights essentially where the members come from. So wherever you see a dot, that's essentially a member. The red dots are the board of directors members. The yellow dots are essentially the yellow members are membership status that is pending. The red dots are founding members, sorry, they are founding members. So you see that, I mean, this gives you an idea about our coverage right now. We certainly need to increase the coverage in certain areas, Europe being one of them, actually. I think, Pam, you are the only European member so far. And also in the Americas, we are hoping to increase our presence. So far, our presence seems to be very much centered in the Middle East, North Africa, definitely a strong membership as well, or membership to be from India and the Indian subcontinent. And also we are increasing our membership from Africa. So we're definitely going to be paying attention to reaching out to other parts of the world with the intent, of course, to make the organization truly global as per the mandate of the organization. So that's what I wanted to mention at this point. Now, we will be calling another official assembly of members in the coming days, with a prospective date to be made for the end of November, and this is with the intent to have the members review the charter, but also we have some modification to the bylaws that we would like to submit to the review and the approval of the membership. So with this, I believe that I hope now that we kind of completed the review of the membership of G-Force, and I'm gonna basically go through maybe sharing some of the resources that G-Force has been working at developing. You have heard me mention e-learning platforms, and what G-Force does in attempting to contribute to knowledge dissemination using online tools. So we do have our e-learning platform. In fact, here in a very simple and also modest way, I would say, we simply have a Moodle license that we adapted and that we are hosting on the server of GeForce. And we are developing a number of courses on this basis. So now, for example, these 2 courses, we are working at making them available and accessible, as was mentioned. These are the development of competencies for food laboratory capacity building that were delivered in East Africa and that will be made available, publicly available. So you don't need to have a special access to access these courses. This is being worked on in order to make these open access. But you have here an idea about how the e-learning program works. So for example, we have, I've mentioned Codex training for the Codex National Committee of Morocco that we delivered in April. So that was delivered through a login protected program. And we have also some ongoing efforts to deliver risk assessment training in collaboration with Lando Lakes, Venture 37, and again through a funding that is provided by the US Department of Agriculture, the Foreign Agriculture Service. So it's a capacity building program that is destined to a cohort of professionals and experts from the National Food Safety Authority of Egypt. So this is an example where we are delivering on demand or essentially through a material that is available by other partners. So that's a quick review of the type of resources that we are making available for the learning part of our mandate. Now, towards this the end of this morning discussions, and before breaking for lunch, I would like maybe to spend some time to review some of the tools that we have been working on in partnership in relation to prioritizing investments in food control systems capacity. So essentially enhancing food control systems. And as you know, in order to do so, one of the key parameters to start with is to prioritize. Where do we invest? And how much do we invest in what? On the basis of the various components of a food control system. As you may already know, the Codex Alimentarius Commission developed a guidance document that became practically a reference document, CXG 82 2013. It's the guidelines related to the design and the implementation of food control systems. And that text, developed by CCFIX and endorsed by the Commission in 2013, became the reference for how food control systems should be designed and essentially their requirements for optimum performance. As you know as well, FAO and WHO have developed an assessment tools that in fact is based on this Codex guidance. And this assessment tool is basically applied by countries either on a self-assessment based or supported by partners such as FAO and WHO in order to do the assessment of the performance of the food control system. Now, this assessment requires a significant level of resources and investment, even in time and expertise. We have received some requests from some countries, and I'm going to cite, for example, the state of Libya and colleagues working in food safety in the state of Libya, asking us to see if there was a lighter approach that would allow perhaps not the prioritization using exactly all the requirements that are very complete and very comprehensive of the FAO-WHO tool, but nonetheless, so something lighter, but nonetheless that would be informative enough to prioritize areas of investment. So we have worked, and we continue, in fact, to work. So it's not a complete work, but I wanted to share with you what we have to date. We have worked at developing an updated approach to look at mapping food regulatory functions and their performance with the intent to have a high-level evaluation of such performance and to enable, therefore, of this quicker prioritization of areas of investment. And really what we did is we based everything on, of course, the Codex foundational text that is CXG 82-2013, but also highlighting, of course, the multi-dimension approach that was followed by the FAO WHO tool, with the intent perhaps to work from there and to offer a simplified, we call it a simplified mapping of food regulatory functions, with the idea to identify to what levels some key food regulatory functions are being fulfilled. And this is essentially how we designed our approach. The idea is to look in different dimensions, first of all, to make sure that we have the anchor of any food control system, that is the food legislation and regulations and what type of requirements it must meet. Then some key horizontal functions that need to be there, the standard setting function, the management of food business operators, including the requirements for prerequisite programs, the requirements of preventive controls, and how essentially food business operators would be managed vis-a-vis their fulfillment of these requirements, compliance verification and enforcement programs, in other words, inspection here, and the way inspection works both for domestic, imported, and even exported products. And of course, with the idea that when you do compliance verification, you are bound to find issues and non-compliances, and therefore incidents would occur, and how do you manage incidents? So we consider that these were key minimum food regulatory functions that need to exist and that need to meet certain indicators in a quicker fashion, and how these indicators would be fulfilled. Of course, these would require as well some enablers, another horizontal dimension of enablers. And these enablers pertain to the scientific capacity, to a culture of training and learning, and when I speak about the scientific capacity, I speak really about risk assessment, laboratory capacity, and so on, but all the way to planning and resourcing, as well as some aspects of operational effectiveness. Now, the idea is that this way of evaluating or mapping could apply writ large, so essentially for every activity of a regulator or food control system, but it can also apply on a vertical basis, even for one single value chain. So it could apply, like we can actually review that even on a value chain basis. Now, this is still a work in progress, and in fact, we hope that this will benefit from the input of the community and also of the practice that we will make of it. We have worked at developing some performance indicators for each of the areas. Okay, so for example, when we say that the legislation needs to cover the supply chain with food regulatory competencies from primary production and to final products, we need to see, for example, here that there are, for example, that the mandates and the competencies provided by the legal texts empower competent authorities and attest to the coverage of the oversight on production. So essentially that really the entire supply chain is covered. And this is one of the principles of CXG 82-2013. I don't remember if it's principle 2 or 3 of CXG 82-2013. So you see that we attempted to do indicators for each of those. And in fact, right now, this is a paper that continues to be in development. And what we hope to do is, in fact, the ability to apply this in practice in collaboration with some jurisdictions, and our colleagues in Libya have volunteered to do so. So we will be applying this in the upcoming months, actually, because it will require some time, given that it's really a trial approach. And hopefully through the learning that we might get, we might actually develop an additional tool. So here, a key clarification. This is not meant to replace the FAO WHO tool for food control system assessment. That remains for what it is intended for, which is a comprehensive assessment of the functions, applying the complete set of guidance of the CXG 82/2013. This is meant to be a complementary tool that might allow perhaps a faster approach. And addressing some of the needs that are coming to us from the food regulatory science community in order to make available these tools. Now, of course, we continue to have your suggestions as to what type of tools might be needed, how they could be implemented and so on. We could equally actually work on assessing even an area of the food regulatory program. So for example, even the food laboratory capacity serving a food control system. We could even have something really that as targeted, as dedicated as that. So this is what I wanted to share, at least for this part. We have another initiative that I'm going to invite my colleague, Dr. Eli Bouyazbek, to share with you, and that is related to the way codex capacities be assessed using, again, another guidance from FAO WHO. And this is another tool potentially that could be leveraged by colleagues from the codex contact points to do either a self-assessment or a facilitated assessment. So I'm going to give the floor now to Dr. Eli Bouyazbek.
Thank you. So hello again. My name is Eli Bouyazbek. I'm a food science expert working at the Ministry of Economy and Trade in Lebanon, and I'm a member of G-Force. And during this part, I'm going to talk about a comprehensive upgraded tool. It's more or less, let's say, a self-assessment tool to be developed based on the FAO WHO diagnostic tool for assessing status of national codex programs. In fact, we know that the Codex Alimentarius works a lot to contribute to the safety and quality and fairness of international food trade. And this is basically the reference in the WTO agreement, which make it, let's say, more reliable and as a priority for the countries, the member countries. This is why the codex activity at the national level are very important for all countries to ensure that the codex text take account of global needs, perspective, and data. So we need to have a national codex program, and this national codex program should be well established in order to have an efficient participation in codex work. This is why the FAO WHO Codex program developed what we call a diagnostic tool regarding the Codex activity. It's a, let's say, it's a tool that will help countries in order to assess their, let's say, capacities towards Codex activities, also to identify areas in need of improvement. In fact, this tool is mainly was designed to assess the capacity to effectively plan and participate in Codex sessions, to contribute scientific and technical input, to use Codex text as a basis of national regulations and standard as appropriate, and finally to ensure Codex related activities and management of the program are integral parts of the food safety control system. And this makes the bridge between this tool and the previously mentioned tool by Professor Samuel. Regarding the elements of this tool designed by the FAO WHO, we have three main elements related to the mechanism and procedures used for consultation, communication, and management of Codex work. And under this, we have three sub-elements related mainly to the management of the Codex program at the national level, related to the Codex contact point structure, processes, consultation mechanism and processes, management of Codex work in general. The second element is knowledge and understanding of codex work, and this mainly relied on the level of capacities and knowledge of the different stakeholders working on the codex activities, scientific and technical capacities. And finally, the third element is policy framework and maximizing use of codex work at the national level. And here we are more, let's say, in a wider spectrum related to the national policy objectives and priorities, harmonization and use of international codex text at the national level. So this, let's say, those elements and sub-elements are the main key points to be assessed on the national level in order to be sure that the capacities and the efforts towards codex work are well established. We as G-Force thought about how to make this more, let's say, usable related to the way of assessment. We thought about why we cannot design something that is more comprehensive and to be used as a self-assessment tool. And this is why we designed what we call the NACOPA, the National Comprehensive, let's say, Capacity, based on this FAO WHO tool. So as we always say, we don't change the elements, we don't change the, let's say, the sub-elements, but what we did, we designed something that is more developed, more comprehensive, so any national codex team can work on those elements and sub-elements in a way that they can achieve their goal in order to assess their level, their actual level, and obviously to differentiate between, let's say, what is done, what is not achieved, and so on. The main, let's say, component of this upgraded, let's say, comprehensive tool, always we have the three elements and the sub-elements. But what we created are more on the level of the segments and indicators. So we transform those elements that are more, let's say, frameworks and sub-elements into segments of areas of work. And under those 32 segments, we designed 145 indicators that could be, let's say, the point for assessment. And here comes the real, let's say, story. What is new in this tool? We added new indicators, types, and categories as a first, let's say, input. And when we say new added indicators, type and categories, where we can see that there is still missing issues since this tool was designed, let's say, 10 years ago. And we found that from 10 years until now, there is new features and issues to be, let's say, presented. It's an objective assessment tool. It means that it will be more, let's say, quantitatively assessed. So we will have more, let's say, indicators in numbers, not only in descriptive way. Automatic conformance assessment calculations based on 4 grades. So this tool was digitalized. So it means that it will help the assessor to get the result in an automatic way without being, without needing to go into a certain, let's say, equation and so on. It's a tool where we have a multi-level scoring system, and this is very important. Because whenever we assess a certain indicator, it's not about black or white. There is a certain level of achievement that should be assessed according to the level of situation. Also, in the new upgraded tool, we entered what we call the weighing system. As we always know that not all indicators have the same importance or same impact on the codex work. So this was a new feature also where we gave each segment and indicator a certain way to have a balanced and more objective assessment. Evidence-based approach by specifying the type of evidence, procedure, records, observations. We'll be talking about this in a while. Targeted party also, we entered in this tool, the targeted party, it means what is the concerned party for the assessment for each indicator. So we make some bridges between indicators and concerned party in such a way that the assessor will know that this indicator should be assessed through this entity, this authority, or this stakeholder. And finally, dashboard to visualize the result in an interactive dashboard, digital dashboard that will help the assessor to visualize the result of the assessment and also to go into a comparison between a previous assessment with the actual one to see how things moved on. So this is, let's say, the soft digital checklist of the NACOPA, the National Codex Program Assessment Checklist, where, as you can see, we have in the blue the indicators under a certain segment, under a certain, let's say, sub-element, and to arrive to the red one, which is the main element. So for each one, the assessor will go through the indicator. He has a certain, let's say, assessment to do in order to see if the work was well achieved or not. So also we designed, as I said, a bridge between each indicator and the concerned party for the assessment, such as a key decision maker, a National Codex Office, National Codex Committee or subcommittees, national agencies in food safety, Standardization Institute, universities, research centers, or even other stakeholders such as the NGOs, Chamber of Commerce, or others. So those 7 parties considered as stakeholders were considered as, let's say, key members. With them, we are going to conduct this assessment, as we said previously. We talked about also the type of evidence. For each indicator, we mentioned what type of evidence should it be presented to fulfill the assessment for each indicator. So evidence could be technical documents, procedure or programs, official documents such as decree or ministerial decision, or it could be a record, communication record, minutes of meetings, record of decisions, report, and so on. But it also can be simply an observation to assess what was said is really applied, or it can be more a simulation. It's a witnessing of what's happening through a non-site verification on system efficiency. And the simulation could be a very important component for a direct assessment of the situation according to the requirement mentioned in the tool. I'm not going through this in detail, just to say that the weighing and the scoring is mainly based on several scenarios under a matrix of, let's say, algorithm that will help to know if the indicator is fully conformed or no conformance, there a major or minor conformance. And according to each indicator, some indicators can be weighted over 50, other over 5. It depends on their importance. And finally, the result will be showed as an interactive dashboard where we can assess objectively the percentage of conformance achieved for this assessment. And for each element and each sub-element, we can see what are the segments where we have higher scores or what are the segments there where we have the lowest score. And this can help us also to put a highlight on the areas of for improvement. And this, as I said, this can be done through cross-sectional assessment, benchmarking between elements, between segments in each element, and obviously through the whole, let's say, assessment tools. So by using this upgraded tool, the assessment will be more facilitated since we focused on objective, clear indicators retrieved from different references and guidance issued by Codex. And this is a very important point, that this tool, we went beyond what was mentioned to add some new references mentioned already or approved by Codex. This assessment approach will lead to design an efficient corrective action plan based on facts and evidence in a very holistic way, where priority area can be easily recognized and tackled. And obviously, for resource management, this is a very important issue to set priority areas based on the most urgent, let's say, actions to be applied. The simulation on the predicted outputs can be conducted based on the specific improvement, and this can be used also as part of the activities impact assessment. So in this level, also this tool can be used in order to see to assess the impact of any, let's say, intervention, by saying that if we increase the level of conformance at a certain level of this, let's say, element, the impact will be, let's say, will give 5% improvement in the overall assessment of the codex capacities. And finally, many topics were more elaborated and detailed. Other have been added, such as, for example, virtual meetings infrastructure availability. So, for example, we integrated more, let's say, assessment for the possibility to participate in virtual meetings, since this, let's say, format was recently added after the COVID, and it's already adopted by Codex for the upcoming also activity, the hybrid meetings. Next. So that's all about this tool. We are under, let's say, a period of trial. We have several, let's say, sites of implementation, trying to fine-tuning this tool that will be in the next future available for usage by the different Codex communities in the region or worldwide. And this can help the improvement of the efficiency participation in Codex activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli. So I guess actually this is what we wanted to share with you in terms of our effort to contribute to the development of tools that could be useful for regulators. Of course, as you may have noted, we did not reinvent the wheel. In fact, we based really these developments on guidance that already exists, and with the intent essentially to update it based on either new developments. I mean, the Codex tool was developed in 2010 by FAO WHO, but given that there were subsequent texts that were developed by CCFIX and others that had an impact on the way this tool would perform, we actually went ahead and made some adjustments, as was mentioned by Dr. Bouyazbek. And our intent essentially is to make now these tools accessible also using IT platforms in order to make them more easily accessible. And that's also going to be another area of investment that we will be making, that the IT platform would be web-enabled, accessible from the website, and essentially any authority or any Codex contact point that wishes to make an assessment, they could rely on it, and they could have scores on the basis of the evaluation of the different parameters, including also the storage of any type of corroborating evidence that can support this evaluation. So I think with this, we are reaching the end of the morning. We have covered, I think, pretty much everything in the program other than the MOU, the highlighting of the MOUs with other regulators, and particularly to give the opportunity to our colleagues from Suriname to say a few words about that. I'm just going to see if there are any questions or comments. Yes, Pam. Hopefully the mics will work this time.
Does this one? Yes, this one works. It's just a question, and you referred to it in some of your comments, and I did also, in relation to taking G-Force more international. And obviously, when you look at that map of the world, it's dominated by countries within this region, Southwest Pacific, Asia, etc. And then there's some other colleagues from across the world as well. It just strikes me that when I see these two tools that we have evolved or have been looked at, it might be worth understanding whether or not the countries who were involved in the Codex initiatives that are being run under G-Force have actually undertaken these self-assessments? And if they have, how do they compare? Whether or not they've shared that information in their comparison. And perhaps maybe whether there's some developed countries that could be brought into the net who could do these self-assessments and identify how they compare. So the assumption is always that developed countries have stronger food control systems than developing countries. But sometimes that may not actually be the case, because sometimes developed countries have evolved over time, and maybe there's always an opportunity for them to self-assess and to see where they benchmark themselves against others. And not wanting to create a league table per se, but even in terms of trying to create connections between the countries involved or the members of G-Force now and bringing it more international, is there perhaps something that G-Force and the board could consider in terms of how do we truly internationalize G-Force? And perhaps these tools could provide the focus for some of those engagements. And it could be just on a voluntary basis that you reach out and say, is there any country that wishes to do a self-assessment, and then would work with perhaps another country to understand how they compare and where you could perhaps strengthen particular aspects of either the codex participation and activity, as well as in the control system. It's just a suggestion about moving this from where it is now to where it might need to be into the future. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pam. And I think actually this is an excellent suggestion. And I was actually thinking while you were making the comment, just to look at the venue where we could be potentially making these suggestions or these, level of engagement. And I was thinking actually with the upcoming commission, the Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting in the 45th session, but also on the margins of the upcoming discussions with the Southwest Pacific, where we have two mature Codex programs like Australia and New Zealand. And essentially, maybe we could reach out in order to have that level of, of input. In fact, there is also an interest right now, just for the Codex one. In fact, actually, the Codex one will hopefully give us that idea of internationalizing more, because we are looking at now applying that hopefully in a broader geographic area, with the Southwest Pacific, with Asia being on board. And we're going to see, of course, if this is well received by our partners, that this is really a value addition to them to pilot these and to really see how these tools could be applied, and what are the areas of improvement that we can bring to the tool. We're going to be looking at that. I mean, you gave us actually a couple of areas now that we will try to work on even in the most immediate future. So even in the next month, hopefully, we're going to see that level of engagement. As to, further internationalization, I think, there any opportunity that might allow us, because right now, and it is one of, I don't know if I'm going to call it weakness, but it is a limitation of the way we operate. We are initiative driven. And because we are initiative driven, we tend to be more present in the areas where the initiative is funded. And that's why, the concentration of dots tends to be a reflection of the way the initiatives are being implemented. So hopefully, again, that diversification also will come and will be able to, contribute more in a broader fashion. Thank you. Any other points or comments? No? Okay. I think actually I'm standing between you and your lunch, at least in Dubai. And in other parts of the world, we're going to be taking a minimum of 1 hour lunch break. I'm saying a minimum because we may be late, but we're going to see basically how things goes. And we are aiming to reconvene at 2 p.m. Dubai time. 2 p.m. Dubai time. Thank you for being with us, for those who continue to accompany us. And we will see you in about an hour. Thank you. All the best. Okay, well, friends, colleagues, welcome back. We are ready to resume the proceedings of the second Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium here in Dubai. And this symposium, as you know, is organized on the margins of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference and is implemented with the support of the Dubai municipality. Before we left for the lunch break, Dubai time, we discussed, in fact, a number of memorandum of understandings that the society has entered into and is contemplating in an effort to structure our collaboration with food regulators, with food regulatory organizations around the world. And I mentioned that we had the privilege to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Suriname, but also with the newly created National Institute of Food Safety of Suriname, NIFS. We have the privilege to have with us today Mrs. Juliette Colley, the newly appointed CEO of NIFS. In fact, Mrs. Colley has a long experience as a regulator, having served for several years as the CEO of the primary fisheries regulators in Suriname. And in fact, is putting this experience now to the service of the newly created Food Safety Authority. So, Mrs. Colley, thank you for being with us. And it's great to have you also as part of the program of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. What I would like to ask you is essentially, what are your aspirations as part of your leadership and the direction that you are going to be giving to the operationalization of NIFS? What are your aspirations from the collaboration that is being developed with G-Force? How do you see an organization like ours, or society basically like ours, dedicated to promoting food regulatory science? How do you see our support, our contribution to the development of NIFS?
Good afternoon, everybody. As you know, I'm here on behalf of the Republic of Suriname, and especially as CEO of NIFS, but with my experience also as CEO of the Fisheries Inspection, I like to address how many experience we have from the beginning till now. We are already 15 years in the Fish Inspection Institute. It is not an easy way to get it out to certain level, but the fisheries industry was also willing to help the regulator to do all the jobs that we need to get that certain level to export fisheries products with a good quality and so on. And with this experience, Sammy from G-Force and the other persons from my country, they asked me to lead this, the new institute NIFS, because we are working not only for the fisheries, but we are looking for the livestock, the agriculture, and so on. And it is not an easy way it's not the easy way to join this new institute, but I can tell you that Mr. Maybe I can the name Godefroy, no?
Yeah,
Mr. Godefroy.
Samuel
is really the person who, I think about 3 years ago, he met me and he said, I think we have the real person for NIFS that will lead just like I'm leading the fish inspection. And of course, at the first time, he talked about the equipments from the lab, how to get that for the new institute, how to prepare things. And of course, the law from the NIFS, the establishment of NIFS, he was the leader for us. he helped us with the policy. He was the policy advisor for us to lead that this nest should be established. And nowadays, we cannot go without Sammy. Really, that is my experience. And we are really glad that there's someone who are also loving us to go in the way how it is at global level. That's it, what I think.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Colley, and thank you for your kind words. But I guess actually really what is inspiring is also the way you have managed the operation of the Fisheries Institute, and particularly the way the partnerships were established between a regulator and a production sector in a manner that created, through this partnership, a level of trust, but at the same time, a respect for each other's prerogatives. Because again, I think the learning from the experience that we saw through the implementation of the Fisheries Inspection Institute, how the regulator's development was done with a clear support from the regulated sector, such that the regulator becomes a trusted authority, because again, there was a realization that if the regulator is trusted, that's actually the best guarantee to the sector. Because at the end of the day, the sector, particularly if it's in this case, a very strongly exporting sector, requires some level of recognition, and the robustness of the regulator offers that. So, of course, now we know that in the other sectors in Suriname, the situation may be different. I mean, there are definitely learnings that could be achieved, in fact, from your experience in the fishery sector. But for the other sectors, things may be a little bit more challenging. Also, there is a diversity, and there are probably requirements that are, of course, meeting that diversity. You've talked yourself, you're going to have the crop production sector, the livestock production sector, the processing sector that needs, I think, to be developed, because that's also an opportunity of development for Suriname. So again, all this will require definitely investments in the sector itself, but also investment in the regulator and in the way the regulator will be designing and operationalizing these food regulatory programs. So that's essentially what I would like you maybe to share with us. What are some of the needs that you see in order, or priority needs that you see that could help you undertake this mission? And it's not an easy one. So again, really taking on this task is one of the most important challenges. So if you can share with us some of those needs.
Well, at this moment, from the regulator themselves, the willingness from the government, the political willingness should be at a place, because even if the industry are already ready to start with the implementation of this institute, but it's beginning also from the regulator, is the willingness from the political things. I talked with my colleague from Ireland. She has also, it's not easy to get it, because every political person or minister has their own agenda, that kind of things of power. You have to attract from their power going to the NIFs, and it's not an easy way to demonstrate them. That is really if you want to protect your production, and it is not only for the local consumption, but it's also for the export, you have to think about it, and what are the requirements, from the country which are taking your products. It is I said, if you want to export some products to another country, you have to join, or you have to do the things what they are required for you. There is no way to go other thing, and that is what experience I have. In 1997, I was beginning with the fisheries, and it was just like a Wild West. Everybody can produce fisheries products, export to everywhere. But since in 1997, the EU was stopping us. If you are not comply with the regulation from the EU, we cannot take your products from Suriname. That is what I think. I think now we have also Mrs. Sanya. She's coming from the industry. She knows what it is. It is not easy way from the regulator. I think it's a little bit willingness from the politics, but from the industry, different industry, we have to realize that it's not only to stop just working like a policeman, you know, that going to the farmers or going to the production area, but you have to advise them. If you advise them how to do, and that kind of experience you have to build up, because it is not one day work. They are willing to export, but we are not exporting food without if you are not knowing it is safe for human consumption. That kind of things, that is my experience. You have to talk with the farmers, you have to talk with the whole chain. And from the regulatory basis, it is, for me, it's easier to implement that. But from the farmers, was beginning with zero, and you have to coming them up to a certain level. You have to try not to punish them, but give him the opportunity to change, you know, and then why you are changing. What is the things that really important. It's not only production, the quantity, but also you have to think of the safety of the products always. And if you are relying to them, they will accept you. And if they get the trust, just like Sammy said, if you can build the trust from the regulator, then you can take them along the whole chain. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Colley. And again, I think, you know, as much as, you know, what you mentioned, that hopefully we're going to be having a contribution with you, but we are also having the privilege to learn from this experience. Because again, I think you've highlighted a couple of things that I would like to perhaps end the segment with. I mean, clearly there are challenges to build a food control system on the basis of something that exists, because essentially you are wrestling with powers already at play, and actually recreating an environment based on international guidance while the framework is still operating is always a challenge. I think you know, the note that you made, where there is hopefully you know, an impact of a spillover effect that an export sector could essentially, through enhancement of the food control that is applied to the export sector, there will be a spillover to domestically produced products that are essentially aimed for the domestic sector, and hopefully that will drive improvement in that context. And I think the last point that I would like to really end with is the importance of compliance promotion, that the role of the regulator, as you said, is not a policeman. A regulator is there really to promote compliance with food safety requirements, and to make sure that, to convince those food business operators that in fact, it is in their benefit that these enhancements are made, and essentially that will make your role as a regulator much more easily, I would say, fulfilled, because essentially it gets embraced, or those requirements get embraced by the production sector. So we know that there are many challenges ahead. Thank you very much again for the trust that you put in us, and we will be happy to contribute with anything that we may have in terms of enablers, because at the end of the day, you will be doing the work. We're going to be simply providing some support for the enablers, the food regulatory science enablers, hopefully to contribute to the enhancement of the food control system in Suriname. So thank you very much for being with us.
I have one remark, you know, from the regulator. I think that the capacity building, which you are joining us to build up that things, but most of the things of in our industry, the small farmers and so on, what the bigger things, that is the fundings to realize their how do you call it, the value chain, the food chain, you know, because it is new for some farmers, new from some if I'm putting together between the fisheries and the farmers, you see with your experience in Suriname is we have big business within the fisheries, but from the agriculture, we are in a small, and they have to know just only not knowledge, but also the fundings they are needing to get from zero to certain level. You know, that kind of fundings are really made for the farmers, for the small livestock, you know, that kind of things. That's
No, and thank you for that. And I think, again, I think you're highlighting really, you know, the challenge of working with very small producers, which are not necessarily equipped with the level of support that is needed. And in fact, there is a need of investment in these value chains. There is a need probably for investment in a particular sector, but also creating synergies perhaps amongst the producers, making available some resources that could be accessed by, you know, collective as opposed to, you know, individual ones, and looking at these incremental, you know, enhancements, hopefully also to make the sector stronger economically, like the contribution of the sector becomes economically, and therefore, you know, it kind of feeds in itself, like it creates a cycle of enhancement, both in the performance, but also in the economic opportunity that the products might bring. In fact, actually, here, and even though it's on the spot, I mean, you've mentioned Mrs. Tanya Liu, who is in fact the chairwoman of the Agrarian Association of Suriname. And Tanya, you are with us. In fact, actually, I'm gonna ask you to come and take my chair, and if you can actually comment on, because you've witnessed and you supported, in fact, this type of collaboration between us. And if you can start making some comments about what might be the needs of that you can expect from a society like ours, knowing that, of course, we are a modest contributor. I mean, we don't have the funds. In fact, we may have the support and the expertise, but we can help you know, identify some funding sources with you. But if you can speak about the needs of the sector in particular, I mentioned that you know, the agenda is fluid, and it's indeed fluid. So we would like to have the level of insights, knowing, and I'm making here a statement for those who will follow the DIFSC, that both Mrs. Colley and Mrs. Liu will be with us during the opening session of DIFSC, the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, and will be contributing to a special session aiming to look at the future of food safety and what will take us to 2050, the future of food systems, in fact. So, Tanya, please.
Thank you, Samuel. Good afternoon to you all. As was announced, my name is Tanya Liwasu, and I'm the president of the Surinamese Federation of Agrarians. And indeed, it's what it was on the spot. But since I'm breathing agriculture, you can wake me up in the middle of the night to speak on this. So let's be clear. I'm kind of jealous when I hear that in other countries, there's a food safety body for over 20 years, etc. Even though we are a very small country, I think this is very important for us also in terms of leading in the Caribbean as a food safety authority. I had a privilege to be part of a workshop that was given and where we spoke on taking the lead for the Caribbean out of our country. And I think that in that regard, we are advanced because now we have the law established, etc. Yes, Suriname is maybe a village, but a rich country. We have only 500,000 people living in Suriname, but still I do believe that we have very good natural resources, thinking at clean agriculture products, and with a regulator body as this who can support us and guide us towards producing and processing safe food, I'm very convinced that we can help feeding the world. You know that I always speak out of the heart of the rural women, and these are not my numbers, but if I'm not mistaken, 57% of rural women are are part of the agriculture sector that are feeding the world. So I think that with some support from a highly professional institute as GForce, you were very modest when you said you all do not have like fundings, etc. But from my personal perspective, I do not think that money is always the necessary resource. But I do know, and I've noticed that you all have a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, and absolutely the experience to guide us towards the establishment of a sound and safe food regulatory body. This morning, I heard a remark which actually stimulated me to speak more with my colleagues on this, and that is that although our authority has been established recently, we have a strong collaboration between private sector and regulatory. So I mean that we are halfway there. Some countries has the financing and not the willingness and not the collaboration, but we started with a collaboration. And I think that definitely, and I want to stress this out because we are a very small country, if we are able to allocate the financing, the resources to support these smallholder producers and processors, I'm definitely convinced that they are willing to implement all that is needed. And as you said, on the first, we will definitely participate as well. And then I will be one of the very proud women to tell what we were able to establish so far with women who has no Western education. And still we are able to implement the FSSC 22000 certification. So yes, more on that on the first. But definitely, we would not be able to do that if we were not funded by the IDB, for example. So resources to support this intention is definitely what we need. And I'm sure that GForce, with the knowledge, the strength, their capacity, will be able to lead us to a leading body for the Caribbean.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both of you. We look forward again to meeting you again on the 1st. And actually throughout, in fact, the proceedings of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. Thank you for making the time and actually for traveling so far to be with us and also to make us benefit from learning from the Surinamese experience, to offer us the opportunity also to contribute to that. So thank you again. Thank you. Thanks very much. And in fact, I was given practically the great segue with the rest of the program, because as part of our program, we had a segment planned to look at a new funding approach that GForce could examine in trying essentially to identify a multi-stakeholder, multi-year funding initiatives for areas of interest that actually join a community of stakeholders, regulators, industry partners, and so on. And I wanted basically to use this this opportunity to share it with you, because this is going to be an item of discussion for the upcoming period, basically amongst the leadership of GForce, but also with partners of GForce. So I would like to share this. I'm going to try to see if I can share my screen. Here we go. Able to see the screen. So I'm calling it novel. I don't know how novel it is, but it is, let's say, a new approach of project funding and management frameworks for food regulatory science. And it's really an initial starting point for a brainstorming. I mean, I'm not going to go through the raison d'etre of the need to invest in food regulatory science and why GForce is there to help. You see that I'm actually using this as part of a pitch approach for a number of colleagues who might be interested in supporting us in this journey. What we are aiming to do, in fact, is the following. We would like to contribute overall to this, which is a robust, science and evidence-based, predictable and transparent food regulatory system. So any building block that could get us there is essentially what we would like to have a contribution towards. Now, so far, what we said is that our activities have been mostly initiative-driven by donors, where essentially the donor comes to us with an idea. Of course, we help shape the project, but it is in a very particular direction and also in a particular geographic area. And we are happy to continue to deliver in that fashion, but we know that the needs extend what we may be offered. And the idea here is to look at perhaps structuring our interventions on the basis of the needs that are identified with and from our stakeholders. And what we would like to see, again, the objective remains the same, supporting an enhanced food control system, but can we find an approach that brings the stakeholder together to identify a need, to actually agree on how to fund it, and in a manner that still respects transparency, accountability of funding, and actually value for money. So making sure that we are investing the right resources for the right activities, but that gets shaped and gets implemented and funded with this collective. So, and again, this is also an attempt on our part, because as you know, as G-Force, so far, G-Force has not been accepting funding from the food industry. We have accepted funding primarily from the suppliers or the service providers. For example, I mean, I mentioned the Waters Corporation, I mentioned ArBioPharm, the diagnostics companies, and so on. But we wanted to have a clear separation with funding that might be coming from the food industry for the time being, until essentially we identify conditions that will create some form of a shield from issues of conflict of interest and any perception that the food sector or the food production sector is in fact directing what G-Force is doing. So essentially at this level, what we were looking at doing is the following. We're looking, for example, if I put it back to the GCC and to the Arab region, we know that there are a number of efforts of food safety standards setting harmonization. We know that there is a strong interest from standardization organizations to play a stronger role, for example, in efforts of harmonization. And how do we have potentially a contribution using this as an example in this effort, if I use this region in particular as an example? The idea would be as follows. We would be looking at a multi-stakeholder design and implementation approach where the integration and the collaboration starts from the project and the problem definition all the way to the implementation and reporting and evaluation. So, and I will illustrate that with an example or the couple of examples. So let's say G-Force and a number of stakeholders and partners meet, identify a collective need, a collective challenge, and say, okay, well, this needs to be implemented. It requires the contribution of the food regulatory science community to do such and such. It could be from lab activities, from development of methods, validation of methods, generation of data, use of data, formulation of a risk assessment, of policies. It can really cover all the gamuts. Then we would open this issue that is framed at an initial level to funding. And we will open this in the form of a trust fund that will be created to address that issue. The trust fund will be open and essentially contributors will be interested to make a pledge for such, to address this particular issue. By the way, actually, David, I mean, it's not that innovative. I'm kind of using the playbook of AOAC International, except that it's not, you know, only for food laboratory areas, but it's a similar type of approach. So it's open to a pledge. Of course, on that basis, we would have achieved now an idea of the level of interest. I mean, we may have had at the initial framing an ambition for 10 million, and we end up receiving funding or a pledge for 100,000, let's say. So this will require a retooling. So essentially, it will tell us within the frame of that problem definition, there seems to be an interest, you know, on the part of X number of contributors, which would allow us potentially to reframe the project within the same idea, the same context, but to retool it to define concrete deliverables on the basis of the budget that we might obtain as a result of the pledges made. So we redefine the project. And we redefine the project at the same time as we identify a governance structure that will be associated with the implementation. We also confirm the level of funding from the pledges, because as we know, sometimes, you know, you may have pledges, but then they do not materialize, you know, when it comes to send me the check or, you know, let's have a commitment for the implementation. And when we define essentially the conditions of implementation, we offer also a transparent account all the way, a transparent account for how much the pledges were, how much the investment were from the different areas. We're going to ensure as well as that those who contributed will not be having an undue influence on the implementation of the project. They committed to the idea. They did not necessarily commit to the way this is going to be implemented step by step. Doesn't mean that they would not have the opportunity to provide comments. Of course, they are part of the stakeholder community, but they would not be influencing the entire implementation of the initiative. And we will follow that transparency all the way, including the reporting on deliverables and the evaluation of performance, including also the financial management of the project. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples here that we thought of. First example here, let's say, you know, I mean, my friends and colleagues from AOAC International know how much I'm passionate about allergen management. And actually, this will probably give a segue to our next speaker. So let's say there is an interest to develop a multi-pronged food safety interventions related to food allergen management in the Arab region. So it's a broad, you know, spectrum of initiatives. The outcome that is pursued is a comprehensive approach to consider allergens as a food hazard, warranting strict management in the Arab region with a multi-instrument approach that goes from regulatory measures, that goes from industry management approaches that are well-defined and well-disseminated, compliance verification and enforcement tools, awareness and education to both consumers and to the industry. So the outcome is really that broad. But to get there, there are several outputs or several enablers that can achieve that. It can go from reviewing the current regulatory framework for allergens in the Arab region and seeing what are the weaknesses that need potentially to be enhanced and what type of recommendations could be made to the regulatory framework in the region. Review the industry practices in the region and see if additional guidance is warranted and where this additional guidance is or would be warranted. Looking at the other enablers from a food regulatory science standpoint, like analytical methods. Are there validated methods of analysis of allergens and gluten that are fit for purpose, that are well known, well disseminated, and well applied by the laboratories in the region? What type of guidance documents could be envisaged to be developed for industry across the supply chain, from the small supplier or from the very early on in the value chain all the way to the company that exports? Because most likely that the company that exports is aware of that, but they get challenged by their suppliers. that may not be applying these control measures up the chain. And we can even think of enhanced labeling and consumer information practices that would address not only the labeling of ingredients, but also the management of adventitious presence or the management of cross-contamination issues. So from there, we would be looking at making this available, organizing a couple maybe of discussions with the partners, identifying the level of interest, receiving some pledges. And then from there, we would be redefining the work, at least for a short period of time where the funding is available. And in this case, you see, the difference is that rather than responding to funding sources that have direct, a direction, the direction is established by the stakeholders for the stakeholders. And the work will be defined and developed in that particular fashion. And of course, if we are to implement this, we will be using our assets. Our assets in this case, again, we are supported by our standardization organizations in the region, and we hope maybe to involve them very much, like ETSMO and the GSO on this. We're going to be taking benefit of Arab AOAC in the region. We're going to be looking also at what type of initiatives we might leverage, like the Arab Codex initiative. So you remember essentially the idea that we said we try to synergize things and actually leverage various sources together. So this is an example. I looked at another example in this case for contaminants. And again, I'm speaking about the Arab region because we are in the Arab region. So I'm just applying it for that purpose. An outcome could be a proposed set of contaminant management measures, including harmonized maximum levels for contaminants in food at the regional level. I'm sure that you are aware that in the Arab region, one of the biggest impediments of intra-regional trade is related to differences in regulatory requirements between countries of the region. An ML is applied in Jordan may be different from the ML that is applied in Iraq, may be different from the ML that is applied in Egypt. And there may be legitimate reasons for that, and there may not be sometimes legitimate reasons for that. So is there a way that we could think of creating a more convergent environment for food contaminants management and developing the enablers for that? And you see, we could be working on these enablers or these outputs, including, if we are going to be setting MLs, we cannot be setting MLs without risk assessments, without looking at the codex levels and to what extent they would apply in the region. And in order to do that, we need occurrence data, we need food consumption data, we need those quick risk assessments. We need then to actually formulate options for these maximum levels. We need methods of analysis, we need validated methods of analysis. So you see, the entire set of activities in the constellation of food regulatory science will need to be applied. And again, we would be looking at the level of interest, we would be looking at the type of pledges, and we would be retooling the project within that particular context. And I can multiply the examples to the infinite, mycotoxin management, and so on and so forth, again, on the basis of the areas of interest and the challenges that are experienced by the Arab region. So again, the idea in this case is that we, instead of basically responding to funding requests, it's an opportunity for us to shape the direction, to be partner in actually responding to the challenges. We will offer also the capacity of G-Force to bring together multiple resources and actually harness them towards one direction. We're going to be looking at implementing things with limited to no overhead, with a lean management and operation structure. We're going to be looking also at having rapid and cost-effective outputs and also building on incremental development. Even though our initial idea may be a $10 million idea, well, you know what? Achieving the 10 million may take time. So we can start, $50,000 at a time. We can basically have milestones and outputs that are commensurate to the level of interest and the level of investment that may be available for a given approach, but without forgetting that these small milestones or small contributors are a building block within an integrated strategic approach for an initiative aiming to reform one part of the regulatory system, for example, or to modernize it. So this is the idea that I wanted to hear your input. And I said, you know, it can go from mycotoxin management, allergen management, front of pack labeling requirements, all the way to food law reform in the region. You know, it could be as diverse in terms of all the food regulatory science disciplines. And of course, we will be bringing the G-Force capacity and also whatever expertise that we can bring working within G-Force from a laboratory capacity, data collection and analysis, our ability to conduct risk assessments, policy formulation, impact assessment of food regulatory decision. And of course, here, I'm really interested in your views on the approach, maybe on some focus areas that might be of interest. And also, of course, I built this for a potential pitch to those who might be interested in making a pledge about something. So of course, on the interest to collaborate. And this is what I intended to share with you on this approach that we would like to put forward for a possible discussion, and very much interested to hear the feedback and you know, even an initial feedback, because I think this idea will require quite a bit of maturation in terms of how it could be shaped, how it could be implemented. I welcome also the feedback of AOAC International and you know, Dr. David Schmidt, based also on your experience in managing similar type of initiatives, albeit again within a particular context of you know, some specific aspects pertaining to food regulatory science. Happy to hear your views. So thank you very much. I'm looking at Pam for an initial reaction, but I know it's post-lunch, but you know, I'm sure that you have ideas already, Pam. I'm sure. Sure.
I'm not too sure. Well, I suppose an initial reaction. First of all, thank you for thinking into the future, because I think there is a need to move from a kind of a demand-led approach to something that allows G-Force and the board and the organization to really identify what are the priorities, either in a regional context or, you know, a sectoral context that allows us then to plan the work. And this comes back to the importance of having an initiative that is sustainable and that can sustain over time. And it needs to probably find a balance between demand and supply, I suppose, in some respects, as everything does. So I think critically important, and the element of it that I am particularly encouraged by, is the trust fund element of it, because I think core to G-Force is this value of independence. And I think as a regulator, independence is absolutely critical. And while we can need to work collaboratively with industry to, for example, understand how to help them understand the law, how to understand how to comply with the law, and then equally providing them with other various different supports and resources, but then as a regulator, when they don't comply with the law, take the appropriate action to ensure that we deter them from non-compliance of the law in the future. There's a real compliance building element to this as well. So I think independence is critical. So any model supporting G-Force into the future needs to have that as its core. And of course, that independence is achieved through being transparent about what you're doing, the decision making, etc., where the funds are coming from, and equally where the funds are going to. And I suppose the acceptance by the donors that the outputs will be public. And this will be critically important from my perspective as a regulator, but I think also from my position as on the board of G-Force, that we check everything or reflect on everything that we're doing in the context of the core values, because I think that will keep us aligned and keep us going in the right direction for the right reasons. Because we don't want to compromise in any way the great work that's been already done. I do think it probably then maybe the second point is that in order to encourage or seek out potential donors, there's possibly a piece of work that the board has to think about in the context of communication around the value of G-Force. And I suppose what the last year has been about is really demonstrating proof of concept. It's been about identifying, you know, what good things come from the various different initiatives and how you could then take some of those pilots, as we said earlier, and scale them in whatever way, at whatever level, maybe even just across a number of regions or between regions. So I think it's going to be important for us to think about how do we pitch this idea. But in my previous work as kind of in the research and innovation policy and programming area in government, one of the biggest challenges faced by government is how do you ensure appropriate governance and transparency in public-private partnerships? And I think there's probably a lot for us to learn from those public-private partnerships that have succeeded in the research and innovation space, because they have struggled with and tackled with this concept of receiving industry funds in order to carry out research that then becomes published in open access journals or in various different ways. But I do think there are initiatives already in play that we could probably take things from and consider how they might work. But obviously, the first thing is to see if there are interested donors out there. And even if it is a small scale investment initially, I think that will then, I suppose, first of all, just prove the concept, then allow potentially for that to scale. I can just go back a little bit to the way in which G-Force has even scaled already in some of the things that it's done. So those would be my kind of initial reflections, Sam. Probably given a little bit more time, I might be able to share some other experiences as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Pam. And again, really, it was not really intended to have full-fledged comments, and in fact, really to have an initial reaction, knowing that it's really a starting point for a brainstorming approach about, again, how do we go about to sustain the business model of the organization? Because at the end of the day, we need to implement more initiatives that are meaningful, that address challenges that are identified. I think the values that you identified, that need to be always our guiding, principle, the value of independence, and I guess the value of transparency, making sure that everything is transparent, publicly available, and in fact, open access at the end, that we are in fact contributing to a public good. Because at the end of the day, this is also a key element. We are not generating, we are a non-for-profit organization devoted to promoting food regulatory science and producing, therefore, public goods. And at the end of the day, that's why, like, even in terms of the learnings and so on, even though at the beginning we might be working with funded approaches, but the minute we can make the learning open access, available to all, that's what, that's a guiding principle that we would like to pursue. So thank you for these, considerations, and I'm sure that the board will be reflecting on that, and perhaps this is also an item that we can bring at the assembly of members when we meet at the end of the month of November about this.
May I make another comment as well, Sam? I think when you look at the purpose, so why do we invest so much time and energy into making sure that food is produced safely? It's because we don't want anybody to get sick. And we don't want anybody to lose their life or spend time in hospital or ill in bed, because that obviously reduces their capability to work. And therefore that then compromises their ability to contribute to economic growth. Therefore, we are focused very much on protecting public health and consumer protection. We can do that by working with the industry and doing it in a fair, transparent, and independent way. I think that is possible. But it's particularly important to set out the expectations of both parties or the multiple stakeholders at the outset, so that we're very clear together as to what purpose we're trying to achieve. And I think, you know, our experience in Ireland has been that we are, yes, over 20 years with the Food Safety Authority of Ireland. We spend a lot of time, effort and energy and resources in supporting small businesses as well as, you know, larger companies, but particularly small companies, traditional producers, to understand the legal framework that is at a European level that allows them to produce food safely, but expects them to produce food safely, but also allows them to export their products to 180 markets across the world. We always say that by having a focus on consumer protection and public health, that directly helps the industry to export, because if that's our focus, that drives us, and that's what we're committed to, and making sure that the industry do what they're supposed to do is our role, and that they then have almost the social license to export all over the world and contribute to feeding, you know, those consumers in 180 markets as well. So I think, you know, you can achieve both. And I do believe there's a role for industry to play. I think it's also important for us to recognize, and I think I've said this before, industry have a lot of data, huge volumes of data that could, if contributing to the, you know, the mission of GForce and other organizations, if that data was to be available or accessible to allow better risk assessments or better decision making, then that I think would be something that would be really worthwhile. And perhaps through this initiative and through creating a trust fund, there is a mechanism by which we can start to really embrace that concept of, by working collaboratively, we can achieve better outcomes for the protection of public health.
Thank you. Thank you. I could not agree more. So if there are no more comments, David, yeah, please.
Thought I couldn't get away with not commenting after the setup, but thank you. And I think a very thoughtful approach. So I did want to compliment that, and certainly the offer from us is open to collaboration from AOAC International, and I think I could see a number of areas to do that. But I think just maybe building off our example that you mentioned is pulling through. So some of the things we've learned too is it really is so critical to stake out what you can do with a certain level of funding, because I think it's, you know, our team often is so willing to do, you know, yes, yes, yes all the time, and can set up expectations that, you know, we kind of do things beyond the funding level. And so it kind of takes away the incentive sometimes for other parties to come in and help fund. So I think there's a discipline involved there that, you know, as you said, you have to be transparent up front with what can be delivered. But typically successful projects have a key collaborator, somebody who's put in the initial seed money that gives confidence to the project, and sometimes it helps with fundraising later. So whether that's the government or, you know, another major contributor, is trying to identify that initial pioneer who's willing to kind of stake their reputation on it, and then they typically have the patience to see the projects through. But I think as long as, I really liked what you talked about, showing that vision for what's to be accomplished, and as long as you keep bringing that back and show how what was accomplished contributes to the completion of the vision over time, so that can work.
I guess, thank you very much, David. And I guess, you know, just while you were commenting, this might even offer an opportunity for a joint fundraising approach where we could be working together, because again, there are areas of complementarity, as you indicated. And in fact, looking at an issue where a number of enablers that are clearly provided through the AOAC international leadership, complemented by other areas related to what G-Force could be bringing, might actually multiply the number of interested parties in contributing to a project. And there might be actually even further opportunities of collaboration beyond hosting a section of AOAC International within a particular region. So thank you for that. And I guess these are probably areas that we will explore subsequently in future discussions. I just would like to acknowledge also there are comments or Q&As in the chat box. Colleague Dr. Mohammed Altaf, essentially, who is not able to join us in person, but commenting now on another aspect related to the internationalization of G-Force work, and directing us perhaps to look at stronger presence and participation of Asian countries in like Pakistan, Bangladesh, also looking also at emerging economies around the world, and basically, directing us really to do more with this internationalization. So Dr. Mohammed Altaf is Principal Food Inspection Specialist at Ras Al Khaimah municipality in the UAE. So thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, for your contribution. Now, with that, I guess we're reaching another segment, getting close actually to the end of today's workshop, but we left really the best for last. In fact, we were talking about the collaboration, multi-stakeholder approaches, and the benefits of these approaches. And we wanted to highlight through today's symposium an example of such work, of an initiative that was implemented in Canada related to enhancing the protection of food allergic consumers. As you know, in fact, you may have heard me say this in a number of settings. In Canada, we are lucky to have amongst the most active advocacy groups for food allergic consumers. And having been a regulator and having been also an academic now and working in capacity building programs, I can value the importance of having advocacy groups, particularly consumer advocacy groups, so committed to protecting their constituencies and being so involved to open collaboration with all parties. So essentially, Food Allergy Canada, which used to be called Anaphylaxis Canada, I had the privilege to work with them for a number of years. They've had one of the highest record of collaboration with industry, with regulators, and they were at the forefront of pushing policy change in Canada, advocating for enhanced labeling of allergenic ingredients, and in fact now contributing to enhancing food industry practices as they pertain to allergen management. So, as you know, the area of allergen management continues to be an active area of development. Most recently, Codex has been working on updating some scientific advice, some advice to food business operators. And we're going to be probably seeing changes in relation with the way precautionary labeling is used on labels. So the so-called may contain statement. So a multi-stakeholder project and partnership implemented by Food Allergy Canada, by our team at the Platform of Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence at the Institute of Nutrition and Functional Food and Laval University, but also with the contribution of many food industry partners in Canada, has led to the development of consensus guidelines for food allergen managements in relation with precautionary statements. Dr. Sylvia Dominguez, Senior Research Associate within PARERA, within the Platform of Food Risk Analysis, has been leading this effort. And actually, we're privileged to have Sylvia with us today, and she's going to be introducing this project and what it has accomplished, including the way it was accomplished, which I think is almost as important as what it did produce. Sylvia, thank you for being with us, and I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, so Sami already gave a lot of the introductory remarks I was going to give, but yes, basically what we want to highlight today is how a multi-stakeholder project can lead to benefits to all involved parties. And another idea I wanted to bring up also was that Pam mentioned, and our partners in Food Allergy Canada often mention, is that food safety, which includes allergens, is a collaborative goal of all the partners in the industry, food manufacturing, consumers, etc. So this is not competitive, and this is something where we can all work towards together. So this project, as you see on the title slide, is related to allergens. Specifically, we're going to deal with precautionary allergen labeling guidelines, which, as Sami said, is a very well-known may contain statement. And the output that we'll present is the development of consensus industry guidelines for allergen management. So let's start with a little background, short background on food allergy. For those that are not familiar with this condition, it's an abnormal immune response to food that in which the immune system mistakenly treats a specific food protein as harmful and causes an allergic reaction. This reaction usually occurs within minutes. It's of rapid onset, and the symptoms may vary from very mild, like a skin rash, for example, to very serious, like anaphylaxis, which is can lead to death. You know, it's very serious. So another important point to make is to differentiate food allergy from food intolerance. In food intolerance, there's no involvement of the immune system. It's mostly related to digestive symptoms. And although it is very hard to manage for people who suffer from food intolerance, it is not life-threatening. This project focused exclusively on management of allergens. In Canada, one of the reasons why we have such a strong consumer advocacy group is because food allergy is prevalent. We have more than 3 million people that self-report dealing with food allergy, and this includes 500,000 children. So you imagine all the households involved in making decisions for their food safe choices. We have a large group of people impacted. No. So how do allergic consumers deal with this condition? Unfortunately, we don't have a cure for food allergy. So the main strategy recommended by physicians is to avoid your culprit allergens. And this is where food manufacturers and regulators play a crucial role, because the only way to know what's in a food product or how to avoid what's in a food product is to have access to complete and accurate ingredient information. So in these ways, you can make informed choices and stay safe. Now, this may seem obvious. In Canada, we have very strong regulation and declaration of allergenic ingredients. However, what poses challenges is the use of may contain statements like precautionary statements, sorry, like may contain. Here, let me show you some examples of these types of challenges. We have some concerning labels, like the use of blanket PAL statements. PAL is the acronym for precautionary allergen labeling. The first one we have is a may contain, a blanket PAL statement. So it may contain a long list of allergens. For example, this is an apple pie, and it looks like it may contain mollusks, crustaceans, you know, so it's a challenge. We also have unexpected warnings. We have this allergy warning in a roasted cricket product, which says contains insects, and people who are allergic to shellfish may also be allergic to insects. So if it's not clear if you're allergic to shellfish, can I eat this product or not? You know, it's a warning, but we cannot really assess what's happening. And there's also the use of PAL statements beyond packaging. So originally PAL was conceived for enhanced labeling of prepackaged foods, but now we see these kind of statements, blanket statements as well in restaurants or in some sections of supermarkets, like this meat counter that apparently contains also every priority allergen in the list. So as a consumer, how do they react? Well, obviously, they're not very confident in the accuracy of food labels. Consumers don't have a very good understanding of PAL, of what it means. The concept is considered useful, but it's not clear again, what does it mean? Does it mean all these allergens like we saw in the apple pie are actually there, but at small doses, or maybe sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not? It's hard to interpret. So first, this limits their availability of safe food options. And in order to have access to more food, they make their own risk assessments. So this may be, for example, based on the type of statement. You know, there are may contain statements. There are, for example, statements like may contain traces of. There are statements that say producing a line that also produces this or other allergen, or producing a facility that also produces this and other allergen. So based on the type of statement, sometimes consumers assign them different levels of risk, which is not true. Or also, of course, based on their previous experience with consumption of the product. So maybe I consumed this product a week ago, I didn't have any reaction, so it's fine. I'll just ignore the PAL and I'll continue eating. Or I had something from the same company and I didn't have problems, so again, I'll just eat it. So this is challenging. It puts consumers in danger, actually. And basically, not only consumers here, we said consumers, but we all need industry, even greater clarity, and to regain confidence in the use of PAL. Now, there was the consumer perspective, but obviously the industry is very affected. In this table, we have the number of food recalls from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency from 2017 to 2021. And you see about 35%, so between 34 and 39 in the last 5 years were related to undeclared allergens. This is huge. And as you see, it's not going down. We're maintaining the trend. And it's something that, needs to change. Also, along the same lines related to industry, as Sami mentioned, there has been an ongoing FAO-WHO expert consultation on food allergens. And recently they started publishing the reports of the outcomes of these meetings. First, one of the items reviewed was an update of the priority allergens list internationally. We also saw reports on they presented or proposed exposure thresholds for milligrams of allergenic protein that would trigger the onset of allergic reactions. And they recommend using PAL based on risk assessment and as part of a regulatory framework, which is not the case currently in Canada. Precautionary statements are used on a voluntary basis. So that's why we have so many discussions about this. So for now, these are recommendations from the Codex, from the FAO-WHO expert group, but they may end up leading to the issuance of a guidance from Codex, which in turn may influence different countries' regulatory frameworks. So our project then, I mentioned, ended up leading to the production of consensus industry guidelines. And since we were targeting this stakeholder group, we decided to first, which was the logical step, to first investigate what are companies doing right now. So like a baseline to understand which are their practices, which are their challenges, which opportunities we can find in allergen management. So we conducted a survey to collect this data. And this survey, the results and the analysis of this survey are going to be published probably next week. They're going to be online. They were accepted for publication a couple of weeks ago. So you will see more details in a journal publication, but now I'll give you a brief overview. We conducted this survey in partnership with Food Allergy Canada. Last summer, so summer of 2021, we got almost 94 responses of different companies. Keep in mind, though, we had high representation of large companies, but they covered all manufacturing sectors in Canada. And as expected, the majority used allergens as ingredients, and the majority also produced products, finished products with PAL. And they also declared the big majority having a clearly defined allergen management approach. And the most prevalent allergens, both as ingredients and as in declared in PAL, were soy and milk. So that was a little background on the respondents. Some of the questions we asked, I'll go through a few of them here in this presentation. First, we asked respondents to rate 9 allergen control elements, the ones you see in this figure, with respect to their ease of implementation in their companies and their operations. So in kind of brownish, you see easy, and green, you see difficult. Overwhelmingly, you can tell they perceive most of them, I mean, all of them except equipment and factory design as easy, which may be encouraging or may mean that they're not really 100% sure of how it's handled. But you know, that's the data. They reported it as being easy. And something I wanted to point out that we explored in another question was about raw materials. Apparently, they report that information on unintended allergen presence in raw materials, so raw materials that come with a may contain statement, is rare. So they receive the ingredient with the may contain, but they have no further information about where it comes from. Now, one of the things we've been discussing is the use of thresholds for PAL. So based on eliciting doses or doses of allergen that would trigger a reaction. So we asked our respondents if they use PAL, and about 50%, if they use thresholds, and about 50% said yes. Not necessarily for PAL, like in different areas of their allergen control program. And for which allergens? Well, in Canada, we have regulated their thresholds for sulfites and gluten. So those are the most used, but as you can see, a number of allergens are also used under a threshold approach, like milk and soy and egg, etc. Then we also asked about the context of use of these thresholds. And if you see the data overall, the majority or the highest percentage would be in a product testing context. However, this was different for large companies. This was not true actually for large companies who seem to use them in a more preventive approach or focused on incident management. And about the use of thresholds for PAL, only 12 respondents declared using them in this context. So we decided to go further, to investigate a bit further on PAL. Thresholds were perceived as useful, so about 80% perceived them as useful, but as you saw previously, there's only 12 people who, 12 companies who use them. So we wanted to know why was the use so limited. So we did again another type of ranking question. And on the brownish color, you can see the most concerning aspects, and on green, the least concerning. And basically, respondents were least concerned about financial aspects, but they were most concerned about legal and regulatory aspects when considering using thresholds for PAL. Okay, so there was not a broad use of thresholds for PAL. We wanted to know also how they reached their decisions on whether to use or not PAL. So the question specifically was, how does your company establish the need for PAL in finished products? And we presented them with a number of options. And you can see the first one here, it's cross-contact allergens that cannot be avoided are declared in PAL. This is perfect. It's the essence or the reason why PAL was introduced. However, there are some also some criteria that are a bit concerning. We have the second choice that says that cross-contact allergens that cannot be avoided are declared as ingredients. This is actually against food labeling regulations in Canada. You cannot declare something that you haven't intentionally added as an ingredient. But perhaps to circumvent this legal implication, we have another concerning approach circled in red that says that small amounts of allergens are intentionally added to be able to declare them as ingredients. So this, this is concerning. And we also saw some criteria that present as an opportunity for training enhancement, or specifically risk-based training, because criteria like declaring all allergens used in the facility in PAL, or even all allergens used in the production line without going through a risk assessment, it's not necessarily the best idea. One of the last questions we asked was about the regulatory framework. In Canada, we have, as I mentioned, we have a very strong regulatory framework related mostly to the declaration of allergenic ingredients, but there's always this blur about PAL. So we wanted to know which resources respondents would find beneficial if government agencies were to provide or enhance. And surprisingly, I was a bit surprised. The number one was clarity on expectations related to current regulatory framework on food allergens and its enforcement. This is a bit surprising because, as I said, we do have a strong framework, but looks like the interpretation, the enforcement is not clear to everybody. So again, there's opportunity for regulators to improve communication with the industry partners on what's expected of them. It may be in part because of the gray area related to PAL, but anyways, we didn't go further at this point in the question. And for smaller and medium manufacturers, we also noted, because the one you see in the chart is the overall responses. For small and medium manufacturers, they also pointed out a need for general and sector-specific allergen management guidelines and consumer education on allergen risk management. I'm pressing the button. I'm not just waiting. Yes. So in conclusion from this survey, that was a quick overview. We have a full report coming up. So we did document strong allergen management awareness from our respondents, but keep in mind these were mostly large companies. There was, as you saw, an absence of standardized PAL criteria, and we also documented some concerning practices. PAL thresholds were perceived as useful, however, legal concerns may be limiting their use. And some opportunities that were identified were like improved information collection for raw materials, allergen awareness for smaller and medium manufacturers. And this one I didn't talk about, but the influence of third-party quality systems was huge. A lot of the practices or programs implemented in these companies were motivated or triggered by what's required as part of quality certifications. So it's an opportunity to perhaps leverage their influence towards improvement of practices. And some idea that we also would like to introduce is the use of the introduction of the risk assessment concept into the regulations for the use of PAL, not necessarily the use of thresholds, but at least the use of PAL based on risk assessment. Some challenges were noted, as I said, when receiving raw materials with PAL. And also, I didn't talk about this in the presentation, but there's some reliance on analytical methods that could be questionable because there are several issues related to allergen detection and quantification methods. For example, they need to be validated for specific matrices, specific products, processes, allergens, etc. It's not one fits all. There's also difficulties interpreting results because of the different units that may be used, and there is not a standardized sampling plan for allergens, like it's the case for microbiological hazards, for example. So it is a bit concerning the strong reliance we noticed, not in general, but some reliance on analytical methods for allergens. So that was an overview of the background and the motivation for the product and the results of our industry assessment or survey. I will introduce you now to the guidelines that we've been talking about so much. This project, as we mentioned at the beginning, is a collaborative initiative, and the objective that we set was to develop consensus guidelines to advance industry practices in allergen risk management. So why did we reach this point? Is because first, we know there's millions of Canadians living with food allergy. We know they have difficulties finding enough safe food choices in the market. We know that PAL poses challenges to consumers, to regulators, to industry professionals. So we thought a way to address all these common issues would be to contribute to the enhancement of allergen management practices. And this partnership involved Food Allergy Canada, which is a consumer advocacy group, Laval University, and from the academia standpoint, Maple Leaf Foods, a large Canadian manufacturer, was leading the industry portion. And we had more than 15 Canadian manufacturers in our stakeholders group. The funding came in part from the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which is an initiative of the Government of Canada. So the approach that we took, I don't know if you're familiar with this topic, but there are actually a number of guidance documents out there already. So we are not reinventing the wheel. We decided first we'll go through everything that's out there already, and we conducted a systematic review that is also the subject of an open access report. And we identified what has been done already, which areas have been covered, where we would need to improve or enhance what's already out there. Then we had a number of brainstorming sessions with our stakeholders that came from academia, industry, and consumers groups. And this meant discussing what we thought were gaps that needed to be filled, what we thought were very good references, already existing reference that we wanted to include in our guidance, etc. We also collected new data, like I mentioned, the manufacturer survey, and there was also a survey from Food Allergy Canada on consumers that I haven't presented, but it's also going to be the topic of an article. And then we had a drafting committee where us at Laval University and the Food Allergy Canada participated along with our industry stakeholders. Here we had a smaller team, but we basically all sat down and started writing. So we had several versions of the draft that were reviewed, that came back and forth. And finally, when we had what we considered a final draft, we presented it to our broad stakeholder group for validation. There were also back and forths here of review. So again, here we included our academia, industry, and consumer partners, and also we had a review from allergists and from regulators in Canada. So what was the outcome is the first version of our guidelines. We say the first version because this is an ongoing topic. It's definitely not finished. Discussions are not finished, but it's a first version, and being an electronic document, we can make updates as needed. The result that we hope the users would find is that we're presenting allergy management best practices that are internationally recognized and that have the input of our Canadian manufacturers. And we're also presenting a structured risk assessment approach to guide PAL decisions and ultimately to better meet the needs of allergic consumers. The content of these guidelines, you see here the plain outline. It starts covering introductory sections, right, in food allergy, regulatory framework, etc. But then we go into the allergen management in the food industry section, which is the core of the document. It's a very comprehensive content in this section. Basically, it provides guidance on how to conduct, how to develop an allergen control plan. which is a plan that outlines a facility strategy to prevent introducing unintended allergens to a product and how specific measures are to be implemented, monitored, and evaluated. The process flow you see here are the steps for developing such a plan. So it starts with identifying allergen hazards, then control measures, identification, implementation, and evaluation. So this is B, C, and D. And where we have developed a new approach, or we're documenting an approach, is on how to communicate allergen risks. And I'll go a bit more into detail into this section. But first, let me just present you an overview of the preceding steps. So as I said, identification of allergen hazards is the step number one. Obviously, this is fundamental, because if hazards are correctly identified, then adequate control measures will follow, and finally, adequate or accurate allergen declaration. Now, this may seem simple, but it's not. It requires a cross-functional team, including representative from several, or ideally from all departments of the food manufacturing operation. And also it should include the identification of potential unintended allergens as hazards. This is also not as clear as identifying a hazard intentionally added, an allergen intentionally added to the product. So this process starts with a paper exercise where you go through different processing steps through your raw materials, etc. But it should be combined with an allergen mapping exercise, which is an on-the-floor review of the process, looking at validating what was found before and trying to identify new allergen hazards. So we provide extensive guidance on how to conduct an allergen hazard identification, but ultimately the outputs of this exercise are a master list where all allergens that enter the facility are listed. And then for each finished product, we need to identify all allergens that are directly added from the raw materials or as ingredients, and also those indirectly added as unintentional components of raw materials or unintentionally during different steps of processing. Now, the next three steps are related to control measures. First one is the identification of control measures. So basically, what should the control measures target to control or to address these hazards? We need to consider for this different factors in an integrated fashion. We have the amount of allergen protein, we have the allergen's physical form, the characteristics of the cross-contact event, the cross-contact allergen distribution in the food, etc. So the outcome here would be, okay, we have this issue and it could be, for example, controlled with cleaning or with employee training or with segregation at receiving, something general, but we would know where we're going. Then in the next step, C, the implementation of the control measures, this is where manufacturers will select the specific measures targeted to their operation that will control their hazards, their risks. So this is, of course, facility specific, but in our guidance document, we present an overview, a thorough overview of a number of possibilities of allergen control measure that may or may not apply to all manufacturing operations, but you have all the resources presented here. And these are basically best practices to avoid or eliminate unintentional allergen presence and to ensure accurate labeling. We have separated them or categorized them in 13 elements related to food operations, human resources, supply chain, product development, etc. I'm not presenting the full list, but this is an extensive section of the document. And letter D, the next one is to evaluate these control measures, not only the measures themselves, but the whole allergen control plan to verified it continues to be effective, because we know food processing is not static. There are things that change, and we need to be sure that the control measures that worked a month ago are still effective. So this should be done in a scheduled fashion, for example, annually, and actually when changes in the operation that may affect allergens occur. Now, this evaluation should not be limited to a paper exercise. It should include direct observation of practices on the floor, an assessment of each control measure, a review of records, and an analysis of trends. So that was a quick overview of these ABCD sections. They take a long space in the document, but here wanted to make it brief. I will focus a bit more on the last step, E, communicate risks, because this is where we present like newer stuff, let's say. The previous steps, by the way, are not different from what food manufacturers know in the context of HACCP or other preventive control programs. The difference was, or the added value was, that we presented them specifically targeting allergens and including an intentional allergen presence. So conceptually, the idea of hazard identification prevention is not new, but it was the added value was the manufacturer's input and the focus on allergens. Now, here in communicate risks, we do have perhaps something new to add to the process. So here we have the process flow that I mentioned before from A, B, C, D, E, and I am enlarging the part related to communicate risks. The first step is, of course, to declare allergens that are added as ingredients. This is mandatory, is required by law. There's no question here. The next step is to assess the need for PAL in your finished product. Now, under our approach, the premise is that PAL must only be used to communicate the unintentional, unavoidable presence of allergens present at a level that poses a risk to food allergic consumers, as determined by a risk assessment. I'm putting this section in red because this is one of the goals of this initiative was to propose a structured process to conduct this risk assessment, because we all have heard about risk assessment, but not necessarily everybody knows how to conduct one. And it may be intimidating sometimes. So we wanted to present something that everybody could carry on in the industry. Now, we propose this assessment to be first qualitative assessment, where we include a weight of evidence approach, and only after, if needed, to conduct a quantitative risk assessment where we rely on comparison to reference doses. So let me tell you a bit about the qualitative approach. This was, we said, our first step in our assessment for PAL. A qualitative assessment is basically a review of the process, but based on objective evidence of where control measures may fail or pass. This is very important, that the evidence must be objective, and this is something that manufacturers most likely or surely already have. We're talking about, for example, validation studies, training records, etc. And something to keep in mind is that different measures or different factors will have a different impact on the occurrence of unintended allergens. So this is what we would incorporate in a weight of evidence approach. Also, this should take into consideration that a qualitative assessment has a subjective component, so it will be influenced by the experience of the assessors. And again, this is another point of allergen management where a multidisciplinary team should take part of. So it's very important to have thorough knowledge of the operation. After conducting such an assessment, you can already reach sound and justified decisions on PAL. So if your assessment shows that the risks, or there is supporting evidence that is sufficient, that shows that risks can be or unintentional allergens can be consistently avoided, then PAL may not be required. But if the support measures, the control measures are not proven to be always efficient, then the risk cannot be mitigated and PAL would be needed. Now, there's the possibility that the assessment is inconclusive or that we have a need for other data collection. We don't have sufficient information. And in this case, we will conduct a quantitative assessment. Yes, so I have included examples to illustrate this part, because just presenting like that, maybe you don't see where we're going. So let me walk you through a qualitative example where we have considered a small baker, let's say, that produces bagels. These are sesame bagels, along with other items, okay, in a facility. And it's a small facility, it's probably dated, but it complies with all requirements, hygienic and etc. So their problem is that sometimes sesame seeds are found in certain pieces of equipment and in production areas. And they're wondering, is this a possibility for cross-contact? Like, will these sesame seeds make their way into products that are not intended to contain sesame? And in this case, does this mean I will need to put PAL in all my products or in some of my products? So the manufacturer decides to conduct first a qualitative assessment. And we mentioned this in the guidance, how to organize the information systematically. But first, they gather evidence on raw materials. Raw materials, in this case, don't seem to be the source of cross-contact. Allergen, the sesame allergen is received from an approved supplier, is correctly handled during receiving and storage. Personnel are trained, so cross-contact is unlikely at this stage, and we say the evidence is weak. Regarding design of premises and equipment, here they have a bit more problems. As we said, the facility may be a bit old and small, so they have some limitations. Specifically, ingredients are staged in an area that is not physically separated from production. And also the ovens are old and cannot be fully accessed during cleaning. So this evidence shows that the design of premises and equipment does not allow for adequate physical segregation and may actually also hinder cleaning. So this is stronger evidence towards the occurrence of cross-contact allergens. Production is also problematic. Sesame bagels are processed every day on the first production run, along with products that do not contain allergens. So at the same time they're running. Employees are well trained, that's not a problem. But sometimes, as we said, they find sesame seeds in different areas throughout the facility, like in scales and on the floor of the staging area, etc. Also, the bagels are sprinkled with sesame seed on the trays in which they will be baked. And again, in this area, you can also find sometimes sesame seeds around the floor. So cross-contact, this shows us that cross-contact is likely and cannot be consistently prevented with the control measures in place. This is very strong evidence. Cleaning does not help either. The facility is cleaned every day at the end of production. Staging and production areas do meet visibly clean standards at the end of cleaning. However, they find sesame seeds sometimes at the next day's production. Oven cleaning does not meet visible clean standards. As we said, they're old. There's some areas that cannot be accessed. So they do not consistently meet the cleaning standard. And here we also have very strong evidence that visibly clean standards cannot be consistently met. So we can conclude that cleaning also is in this factor, we have very strong evidence towards occurrence of cross-contact allergens. So in conclusion, the manufacturer decides with all this evidence that they cannot really prevent or manage this allergen as adequately. This may be due because sesame seeds are particularly likely to spread in general, and they're difficult to remove from environment and equipment. So they decide, due to their production scheduling that cannot be changed, also that all products made in this facility require PAL for sesame. So as you saw, we didn't use any numbers, any computations. This was exclusively qualitative, but you can have a sound justification for the use of PAL. Now, we said there's also the possibility that your assessment is not as conclusive or that you don't have enough information at this point. And in this case, we will go to a quantitative assessment. Here we do need numerical data. And I'll walk you through the steps, and I'll also present an example. But keep in mind that we will be using worst case scenarios to be on the safe side, let's say, to be more conservative. So the numerical inputs that we need for a quantitative assessment are the allergen protein concentration in the finished product, ideally in milligrams per kilograms, the amount of food consumed in one eating occasion. Here we have it in kilograms. And from the scientific literature, we need also to get reference eliciting doses in milligrams. So the first two, the allergen protein concentration in the finished product, is something that we will estimate. We will not test a number of finished products and come up with a number. We will estimate it based on earlier production steps. And the amount of food consumed in one eating occasion, this represents our worst case in the sense that since allergens, as we mentioned earlier, produce or trigger a rapid reaction, we're going to simulate a worst case eating occasion where the consumer eats the maximum possible amount, but within reasonable limits. So that's the amount we'll take into consideration. And with these two values, we will compute an exposure dose, which is the amount of allergen protein the consumer would ingest in this worst case eating occasion. And we will compare it to the reference eliciting dose, which presents a value of allergen protein that is estimated not to trigger an allergic reaction in a large portion of the allergic population. So we will, at the risk characterization step, basically in very simple terms here, compare these two allergen protein doses. And if the exposure dose is larger than the reference dose, then there's a strong case for PAL, for the need for PAL. And the opposite also, if the exposure dose is smaller than the reference dose, then PAL may not be considered necessary. So those are the two values that we were going to compare. And again, I'm going to explain this briefly with an example. So this one is about sausages, and we're simulating here a manufacturer of course, sausage and other related meat products. And they have an issue in some days. And again, this is for the sake of our statement, it's hypothetical. We're not considering other food safety hazards. We're focusing on allergens. And in this case, we have a situation where production scheduling cannot be changed. Okay, this is for the sake of our example. So the manufacturer produces honey mustard sausage, which obviously contains mustard, an allergen, just before maple sausage that does not contain mustard as an ingredient. And they know, or they suspect, there's carryover in the equipment from the sausage that contains mustard to the next run. So they need to know if the maple sausage requires a PAL for mustard. So in their qualitative assessment, they identify that, yes, there is carryover that will be incorporated in the next run, but we don't know how much. Is it enough that it justifies the use of PAL, or is very minimal? So now that's why we had to go to a quantitative assessment. So let's start gathering the data that I said we would need in the previous slides. So as you remember, I mentioned the reference doses that will be the base for our comparison. This information can be found in the scientific literature. We don't have regulated thresholds for PAL in Canada, but there's values that have been estimated or proposed by the Vital Scientific Expert Panel It's an Australian initiative. And also the FAO WHO expert consultation proposed thresholds. In the case of mustard, no. But from Vital, we have values for EDO1 and EDO5. EDO1 means a dose that is estimated to protect 99% of the allergic population. EDO5 will protect 95% of the allergic population. So in this case, our manufacturer decided to use EDO5 as the reference dose, which is 0.4 milligrams of mustard protein. So I'm repeating this because it's important to keep in mind these are milligrams and this is mustard protein, not mustard. We'll talk about this later. Then the other input data we need is food consumption. This can be obtained for example, in Canada, we have the nutrition survey that is very comprehensive. However, as I mentioned before, allergens trigger rapid onset reactions, and nutrition surveys usually are the result of 24-hour food frequency or food consumption questionnaires. So it's not necessarily what you would eat in one eating occasion. Depending on the food product, it may cover what you ate in the whole day. So it's not necessarily representative. You have to be careful. And there's also the possibility of using internally generated data from targeted consumption surveys. So for our example, we're going to say that the manufacturer had conducted such a targeted survey and that they identified the worst case scenario of one eating occasion, so one meal where you sit to eat, as being 3 sausages, each of 75 grams, which gives us 0.225 kilos of sausage consumed, worst case, in one eating occasion. Now this part, the other input data we needed was the allergen concentration in the finished product. And as I mentioned, we won't measure it analytically. What we will do is estimate this concentration. So there are a number of approaches depending on the nature of the cross-contact event. Here we said this is a case of carryover or accumulation of hang-up material in the equipment from one production run to the other. So the first piece of information we need is how much of this material is accumulated after running the honey mustard sausage. So one simple way to do it is just experimentally, you can measure the weight, the maximum weight, because we're in worst case scenarios, the maximum weight of hang-up material after 10 production runs, for example, of the honey mustard sausage. And in this case, it ended up being 0.05 kilos. Now we need to know how much of the following product will be affected. So this hang-up material will be incorporated in the next run, but not necessarily homogeneously and not necessarily in the whole production run. So what they do here in our example is the manufacturer conducts tests on mustard detection, not quantification, just mustard detection to see what's the amount of the maple sausage that is affected. And they were able to detect mustard in the first 5 kilos of maple sausage. Now, if this were a large manufacturer, they probably would say, we just discard this 5 kilos and that's it. We don't have to deal with PAL for mustard or anything. But for the sake of our example, we're going to say they cannot afford to do this. It's a very small manufacturer, so they're keeping their 5 kilos. So they know this first volume will contain a certain amount of mustard. But how much? That's the question. So we will quantify this, and we will need this information in mustard protein amount, not mustard powder, which is the ingredient. So we know that the honey mustard recipe contains 6% of mustard powder. So we will convert this to 0.0003 kilos. We have to be in kilos in the 0.05 kilos of hang-up material. This is the amount of mustard powder that is there. But as I said, we need mustard protein. So we can go to the literature where there's clear information on the protein content of different foods, including allergens, and there is 26% protein content in mustard seed. So with this percentage, we compute our amount of mustard protein in the material carrying the cross-contact allergen. now we said there's 5 kilos of sausage that are affected. So we can easily get this into a concentration form by dividing 80 by 5, and we have 16 milligrams of mustard protein per kilo of sausage. So that was the hardest part, which is really not that hard, as you see. Now, to recapitulate, we had our reference dose that we took from the VITAL program. We have our maximum consumption amount in one eating occasion. We have our concentration, allergen protein concentration in the finished product. So with these two, we can compute our exposure dose. So if we have 16 milligrams in 1 kilo, how much do we have in our 3 sausages? And the answer is 3.6 milligrams. Now, if we compare it to the reference dose, we obviously see this is much larger. So in this case, PAL is well justified. And that was the overall review of the guidelines content. It was basically a sneak peek because there's a lot more content in the document. Basically we have, if we go back, the main recommendations we would like manufacturers to take from this information is that what does robust allergen management implies? There's a lot of discussion about risk assessment and quantitative risk assessment, but really this is one of the components, but it's not the main component. We need to look into allergen hazard identification, including unintended allergens carefully. We need to apply risk-based control measures that are based on recognized best practices, and the results should be accurate allergen declaration. Now, when we talk specifically about PAL, we all agree or we recommend that it should be based on risk assessment. This is in agreement with international guidance. But again, the basis or the foundation is to have a good allergen management program and to understand the efficacy of their control measures, to know what you can control and up to what point you can control. Then you will conduct a qualitative assessment for PAL, and only after this assessment, if needed, we will have to go through a quantitative one. So having a standardized process for reaching PAL decisions based on risk assessment would make this tool meaningful for manufacturers and consumers. And the action we expect or we would like to see is the use of these guidelines as a resource to develop or enhance allergen control plans and to consult it as an ongoing resource. So the guidelines actually will be available in a couple of days. November 1st is the official launch day. All of these resources are open access. There's the guidelines themselves in English and French, accompanied by a number of other resources like a user guide, a self-assessment tool. And also we have developed an online course which walks you through the different steps of the development of an allergen control plan. So all of this will be available in our website at Parera at Laval University. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions if you have some. And Sami, also please jump in and comment because you're part of this initiative.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, for this great overview. No, please stay here. I will definitely take an additional chair here, and we'll be happy to take any questions or comments on this work, both on the content and on the approach in and by itself. It's exhausting, I guess, eh? Yeah, yes, it is. I mean, allergen management is, a continued area of focus. And even though, again, the area was tackled since, I would say, since Codex came up with a standard in 1999. And essentially, there is a realization by industry of the importance of this issue. I think what was accomplished the most was the declaration of deliberately added ingredients in food. And that's essentially what Codex had its initial focus in terms of standardization. but areas related to managing cross-contamination, managing situations where you have carryover. All these, even though they started to be tackled also in the late 1990s, they continue to be subject of focus and improvement. And right now, in fact, the measures that were devised, I would say in the late 1990s, which were essentially better management, but the reliance on precautionary labeling, these measures are no longer working, because we are seeing, like Sylvia showed at the beginning of the presentation, those statements appearing with no reason, with no rationale, and now producing the opposite effect. The opposite effect meaning that consumers are not following these statements. You have lots of risk-taking, and you have, in fact, incidents that are associated with the consumption of products with a precautionary labeling on them. So there is a need to reestablish the meaningfulness of precautionary labeling. And one of the ways is really to reposition this as part of a risk-based approach, and essentially to offer not only guidance for allergen management overall, but to integrate in this guidance an approach of how do you manage the risk, or how do you assess first the risk, and when do you decide that a precautionary labeling would be suitable. Now, the work that was done so far was done, of course, in a general manner. Like it's meant to, cover various sectors of production without being specific to a sector. There may be a need, and in fact, there are some discussions underway right now with some specific sectors where this guidance may need to be tailored to be more specific to a production sector in order to be more applicable. And this can be, in fact, another area of work that we might be identifying with the stakeholder community in the upcoming period. So, yes, please, Pam.
Microphones are not my friend today. And thanks, Sylvia. I think that was really, really interesting. And particularly the content was really interesting, and particularly around how do we deal with PAL, because it is a big concern and it's leading to, risk taking in consumers, which then as regulators, we have to try and manage that risk in some way, shape or form. I think what's also interesting is the approach. So I think this just demonstrates what can happen when you get, industry and regulators and academia in the room, and you're all trying to achieve, going in the same direction, maybe for slightly different reasons, but in the end of the day, getting there nonetheless. And in this case, it's around, industry being able to put a product on the market that is safe, that can be purchased by a significant cohort of the population, because you've quite a number of people that suffer in Canada. What's interesting is we have situations obviously in Ireland and in Europe as well, but one of our biggest challenges is around knowing actually who is allergic to what allergens, and then being able to take the right risk mitigating action. So I suppose at the outset I was struck by one of your comments, or one of the approaches in Canada, that you recall, if I understood correctly, all products that have a declared or an undeclared allergen. There was some.
It's really based on a risk assessment.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah. Okay. So it's the same procedure that we have. One of the things that we've started to do in Ireland is obviously if the risk assessment isn't indicating a significant risk, we then would issue an alert, and we have a text-based service that consumers who have maybe are at risk would sign up for. Obviously, we have to do more in terms of getting more people signed up so that more people understand the information. But one of our challenges is around really getting an accurate understanding within the population as to what the issues are. So I suppose this speaks again to the G-Force kind of, raison d'etre, which is around that data collection, occurrence data, but equally consumption. And within the consumption data sets, just understanding even within that, what are the vulnerable cohorts within the population that we can then take the appropriate risk management action around in order to prevent them being exposed or exposing themselves unnecessarily. Because there's nothing more, I'm sure, demoralizing than for a consumer who has food allergies to go into a retail setting and have PAL labels everywhere. It just effectively means you're reducing the diversity of food that they have available, and in some respects, potentially leading to other diet-related health issues as well. But congratulations on the work. I look forward to it. And I'm sure my colleagues in the Food Safety Authority who are particularly interested in this area will be really looking forward to seeing the guidance as well. So thanks, Sylvia. Mm-hmm.
Thanks very much, Pam. I'm trying to see if there are any questions online as well. And okay, so yeah, just thanking Sylvia again for a great lecture. Yes, please.
Sorry, this is a call out maybe too, and I'm not too sure whether AOAC did this as well, but we in FSAI just published a report last year which called out for a continuation and ongoing efforts at EU level, but I'm sure these will apply everywhere, to develop and harmonize food allergen analytical methodologies. Because this was one of the big challenges that we had in terms of being able to then, if you have this deliberate kind of blatant non-compliance with the law because the industry doesn't want to take the right actions or finds it too onerous to take the right actions, then there's a need for harmonization, and even not just harmonization, but development of analytical technologies. I don't know whether that's something that you've come across as well, or whether AOAC could help with.
Well, but also from our interaction with the industry, we know that the methodological aspect is a challenge, not because of the method itself, but because of the validation to the different matrices, the different processes. Their levels of performance may not be the same, so they need to do a thorough validation for specific applications. And this is obviously time and resource consuming. So we have thought about potentially, for example, conducting a validation for a category, a food category, because for now the kits come with, okay, this was validated in chocolate chip cookies and ground meat, and that's it. And the rest is up to you. You cannot necessarily interpret the results as being accurate if you're not among the validated matrices. So it's complicated, but the methods are, they're good. It's just you need to prove that they work in your application beforehand.
And the list of claims as part of the, I guess, the standardized validation approach is very much restricted to the type of data that is generated on a particular matrix. So it takes actually quite a bit of effort to make a claim on an allergen test kit by the test kit manufacturer. So which actually leads, of course, manufacturers like food manufacturers now, or essentially their service providers like the analytical labs and so on, to do in-house validation exercises for the matrices that are less well known or less common, just to ensure that essentially the kit is fit for purpose for that particular one, and that can pose also some challenges.
I guess also this is an area that if it's a problem in Ireland, it's a problem in Canada, it's a problem everywhere. And this really speaks to the need for a collaborative effort, because I can't see laboratory capacity in each country being at a level that would allow for the throughput of samples to ensure accreditation, and therefore you would struggle perhaps to get labs to invest in the testing kits, etc., to do all of this work, particularly where there's validation questions. So this obviously speaks to an area where a more joined up approach to developing the laboratory infrastructure, the capacity, the methodologies, etc., but equally then sharing that information more broadly, because if it is an issue for one country, then it's absolutely an issue for other countries. And I can only see it possibly getting worse because we are starting to get better at understanding food allergies and understanding what drives them and testing for them. And consumers are becoming much more aware of the impact that food has on their health generally. So G-Force probably has a significant role, more over and above. So you've started something, Sylvia and Sam.
We'd love to, in fact, to continue to contribute in this area. And as was mentioned as well, I mean, the area of food allergen management is not covered equally around the world. There are jurisdictions where, this is an area of concern, and it continues to be areas of focus a lot for the export sector. But actually, if I recall an example of what was happening in Asia at some point, and in Thailand in particular, where the issue of allergen management started with managing exports and really dealing with the demands or the requirements of export markets, to at some point then connection with the allergists and identifying issues in Thailand itself, and essentially identifying so many conditions that could be easily tackled by a better management of the products that are destined to the domestic market. So this is an area where we would like also to work at further propagating these best practices. Food allergies are not an issue for industrialized countries or so-called developed countries. They are an issue everywhere. And allergic consumers deserve the same level of protection wherever they are. And in fact, this is an area where we would like to help propagate those industry practices and these industry control activities, and by also making them more accessible. I mean, again, these risk assessments that Sylvia presented may appear a little bit, you have to do a lot of calculations and so on, but they are actually feasible with the right training of the operators or of the quality control managers, and basically the uptake of the corresponding management practices. So I don't know if you have any final words, Sylvia, to conclude, or we're good? Okay. Well, thank you very much, actually, for this great overview. I'm going to have yet another change in the program. I'm truly thankful again for the level of participation and discussions that we've had. And I know that originally we were supposed to have a health break and then to come back with the demonstration of the ICTs. But I think actually we've reached a point where, given also the level of attendance that we have, and also not to overburden everybody, we will in fact conclude the workshop at this stage. So essentially, for those who are present with us, we'll conclude it with a health break. And for those who have been with us online, I would like really to thank you for joining us since the early morning in Dubai, and for continuing to be with us. Hopefully, if you missed a few areas, feel free to connect to the YouTube channel and to the various social media vehicles in order to review what was accomplished by G-Force over the past year, but also some of the discussions related to the future directions. Also, we call upon you to provide us with your suggestions as to future directions of work. Very thankful again to all those who made this workshop feasible. So the entire G-Force team, the G-Force board of directors, the entire G-Force membership, and all those who support food regulatory science writ large everywhere around the world. Thank you very much. And I'm going to wish you a great afternoon, evening, or continuation of the day wherever you are. And don't forget to join us tomorrow for the launch of the Arab section of AOAC International. That's going to be an event held in person at the World Trade Center in Dubai, and as part of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, room Sharjah D. And also you can connect with us through a webinar feature to be with us also through a hybrid mode for this workshop. Thank you again, and wishing you a great afternoon. And this concludes the second Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium. Thank you.